Every time. Alright. The culture festival begins. Surely nothing will go wrong, right? Surely we won't get more terrifying calls from the scary hospital duo. Oh my god, my headphones. I really need to get better ones. All the students in the gym roared as Kawahara finished. Cheerful music began to fill the room, and students in costumes, and who probably belonged to some club or another, began to dance. Half of the students watched them and laughed as they left the gym. They were probably the students in charge of the classroom displays and stalls in the courtyard. Katsuki looked over at me to see if I was okay. Even if it was a lie, it was all I could bring myself to say. I couldn't smile. Because of her talents, Kazuki was asked to handle the audio system along with me for the student council's opening ceremony. The rest of the student council, except for Kawahara, as well as Serika and Ito, should have left during the ceremony to patrol the school. It was only going to get really busy when the school opened to the public at 10 a.m., about 30 minutes from now. I love this tune right now. These games have some of the best music, man. It really is incredible. I could just listen to it and it just puts a smile on my face, you know? Whereas other songs send shivers down my spine, but in a good way. When that happened, people from outside the school would be allowed in, and many different events would be held. I had to do my job too, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the chair. Huh? Kazuki offered me a lollipop. She's great. I love. She's such a neat character.
Yeah.
Squid. He thought for a moment and took out a piece of dried squid from who knows where.
いや、そうじゃなくて。分かった。もらうよ。
I grabbed the lollipop and stood up. Kazuki stayed to handle the audio. She might have problems communicating, but there were other members of the student council, and she'd probably be fine.
ありがとな。
自主映画特別棟2階視聴覚室でやってます。
Oh my god.
100円です。パンフレットタダで配布してます。
The Garo Froggy hoodie is incredible.
9時半から屋上のテニスコートでコメディテニスします。熱くなれよ。
Hold on, what's that sign? Oh, it's just Garo Froggy. I ignored the advertisements and headed to my destination. After that, Ito had picked up the smartphone and called the number back. Oh, this, speaking of music that sends a chill down my spine, this is one of them. But no one had picked up. There was only the message that played when you shut off your service. The customer has requested that this number be temporarily disabled. We talked for a while, but none of us had any good ideas. By 3 a.m., we'd settled on participating in the culture festival like normal, and then laid down on our desks to get some sleep. But I couldn't sleep. I was too nervous. In the end, I didn't get a wink of sleep, and was only half awake for the opening ceremony and final check of my class's video. Hello. In the morning, I'd passed Arimura in the hallway. She had the smile on her face that she wore when she was with her friends. That only made me more nervous, and I was still nervous right now. I didn't yawn even once. I could see Sarika patrolling the stalls near the gate through the open doors of the school. Come to think of it, she'd said she hadn't slept well either. If someone with her appetite was ignoring all the tasty treats for sale at the food stalls, she must have been telling the truth. Sarika had made contact with them at the hospital too. How were they able to call when I'd shut off my phone? No, I should stop thinking about it. I'd asked myself all these questions already. Why had they called Ito? How were they able to? Was there a reason they'd called right at the start of the day of the New Generation Madness? Should I go to the police? But would they believe me? And I hadn't come up with answers to any of those questions. I could hear loud murmurs in the distance. Oh good, that guy. He was early. The meeting was supposed to be at 1 p.m. Oh wait, he was going to do an article on the culture festival itself, right? At some point, Sarika had walked up behind me. Was she on patrol? And suddenly, she got very close to me. Hello. Still thinking about that traumatizing shit? Come on. It was a whole yesterday ago. I'd be crazy not to be thinking about it. When I'd seen her just a second ago, she looked really glum. But for some reason, she looked better now. She looked surprised that I'd seen her, and then, oh my god. The murmuring in the background does just such a great job at, like, conveying the atmosphere of a crowded place, because I hate it. Like, I do not, it makes me feel like I'm at a party, and I do not like it.
それはそうだけど、でもさ、だったら何かが起きる前に私たちが解決すればいいじゃんって。5人で仲良く真実を追求し解決するのが新聞部のモットーでしょ？
I'd never heard that motto before.
タクならできるって。
After giving me a completely baseless motivational speech, she went back to her patrol.
Taku,
もう事件なんか追わないって約束して。帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
For now, I needed to get through this interview. First, there was the video to talk about, and then the sumo sticker with the different face. It would be great if I could ask Watabe what that meant, too. I took a deep breath and started to go over the interview in my head. It was already 1:15 p.m. The interview was supposed to start at 1 p.m. Everyone had heard that Watabe, the famous journalist, was going to be here. The audience's seats in the gym were packed. There were even people standing. Everyone in the newspaper club except Kurusu had arrived, and we were waiting below the stage. All the preparations were complete. Didn't that creepy text exchange say that he was like the next target or whatever? I think he might be dead. I think we're gonna find him in a very unpleasant. We're gonna find a very unpleasant corpse. There is no sign of Watabe himself. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna remain the case.
1時間くらい前かな。挨拶してきた。
何やってんだ？緊張してトイレか？
それは僕だ。
Huh?
What was the other guy's name? I know it was like it was Amy had the creepy sumo sticker profile picture in like the text exchange thing. I can't remember the name of the like recipient.
ここだけの話。さっきからトイレばっかり行ってる。やっぱり僕には無理だ。こんな大勢の前で対談なんて。
今さらなんだよ、お前。
Yeah, this is basically hell. Sure, but I couldn't help but be nervous. I wasn't any good at dealing with crowds or people I didn't know. Same. But now I was gonna have to deal with both. Take the hint.
よし、伊藤、部長の座を譲る。お前が仕切ってくれ。
アホか。
Weren't only that easy. Ito laughed away an offer that I had made in all seriousness. He stood up from his chair.
それにしても遅えな。みんな待ちくたびれてるじゃん。生徒会は何してんだ？
I don't think he's coming. I don't think he's coming. Watabe was supposed to be getting the VIP treatment, and it was the student council's job to take care of him. But with Kurusu gone, they were probably having a hard time keeping up with all their work. From what I'd heard, without Kurusu to keep the peace, fights and arguments were breaking out everywhere. That only went to show how much everyone relied on her.
仕方ねえな。ちょっと呼んできてやるか。
Kazuki's out of juice.
しんちゃん待って、私も行くよ。
Kazuki is in sleep mode.
あ、おい。
Don't leave me and Kazuki here alone. Neither of us are capable of talking to anyone. What if Watabe came while they were gone? What would we do then? But Serika and Ito went off to the waiting room without us. This was a problem.
あれれ、まだ始まってないっすね。
Orere?
先輩、チャオス。
Oh, it was just Arimura. Come to think of it, she'd asked me to ask Watabe about that picture.
ずいぶん遅いですね。
はい。今迎えに行ってるけど。
ほー。
そうだ、有村さん、聞こうと思ってたんですけど。
なんすか？
画像のことについて渡部さんを追求してほしいんですよね。その画像ってラブホテルの力士シールのことでしょ。それには僕たちも興味を持ってるんですけど、有村さんはどこまで知ってるんですか？あれのこと。
Arimura looked serious for just a moment, but then she grinned.
情報量は高くつくぜ、あんちゃんよ。
お金取るんですか？
What is up with this?
当たり前よ。キャッシュで5000万スイス銀行に振り込んでくんな。くっくっく。
小学生みたいなこと言ってないで本気で教えてください。
むか。
渡部さんにはうまく質問しますから。だから僕らにも情報を。
ねえ先輩。
はい。
何度も言ってますけど、私に敬語はいりませんよ。改めてくれるまでずっと言い続けますからね。
はい。
It would probably be easier if you didn't tell him he was going to be killed. That probably would make the whole not being self-conscious thing a little easier. I imagine that has something to do with it. She changed the subject. Arimura was incredibly interested in Watabe's picture of the sumo sticker. Did she think that if I questioned him about it, she might gain some valuable information? I considered this as I watched her twin tails bounce in the air. And then suddenly, the curtain on the stage began to rise. Okay. We could start to see the bottom of the lectern and the chairs. Oh, is he actually here?
ねえ、始まっちゃいますよ。伊藤先輩たちは？
There was no message from the student council, and we had no idea what to do as we watched the curtain rise.
やっとかよおい。
遅えよ渡部。
God, please don't speak in unison. As the curtain rose, the gym was filled with cheers and boos of the students. Yeah, Watabe! Fuck Watabe! Something like that.
人、おのえ、何してんだよ。早く戻ってこいって。
あれ？
Suddenly, Arimura spoke.
どうしたの？
見てください。なんか変です。
Oh god, no. Is it just gonna be his, like, is it gonna be his corpse? Oh boy. She pointed to the stage. I looked up toward it.
Huh?
What the Oh god, is this gonna be another pregnant man situation? Stop this! Stop this game! I don't want to see. Oh my god. Watabe had come up the stairs backstage and was walking toward the podium. But he was staggering and struggling to stay up, and he looked like he was in pain. What the fuck am I looking at right now? What? There was thick sweat on his forehead, and something that looked like drool was dripping from his lips. What was even stranger was his stomach. How to describe it? The spot between his ribs and his hips, right where his stomach and intestines would be, was all swollen up. You heard the word beer belly a lot, but it was worse than that. It was as if someone had stuck a giant rubber ball under his shirt. The students saw this and started to whisper. Their voices grew louder and louder. His moans grew louder as he reached the center of the stage. Just listening to them was enough to make you go crazy.
なんですかあれ？なんなんですか？
わからない。
The whole gym, including the three of us, started to get louder. Okay. These are all fair reactions. The students' screams echoed in my ears. Some people were trampled in the mad dash for the exits. But as everyone else was panicking, Arimura and I stood there in silent shock.
あれは
そんな。
Something was pouring out of Watabe's mouth, mixed with his blood and stomach fluids. What the fuck? It had a face. Of course, it wasn't Watabe's face. It was something we'd seen many times before. Was it the stick? Wait, like a bunch of stickers? We knew it. I knew it well, but it took me a few seconds to understand. And then... What?
Rikshi Shield.
Yeah. Arimura began to scream, her voice joining the cacophony created by the other screaming students. Oh my god. Okay, that was horrifying. I need a second. I mean, I'm good. I'm good. It was, you know, that was horrifying and just absolutely disgusting. It was no pregnant man. I will rescind that comparison. It wasn't as bad as I thought it. I guess I thought it could be, but also, what the fuck was that? October 10th, 2015, Saturday. 12:28 p.m. in an unused classroom in Hekiho Academy.
何もないところですいませんが、ここでお待ちいただけますか。
Okay.
いえ、早く来てしまったのはこちらですから。
Watabe bowed, and the man who had led him here from the teacher's office bowed back. Then the man left the room. I'm guessing he's gonna get one of these. He'd forgotten the man's name as soon as he heard it. All he remembered was that he was a typical high school teacher, with somewhat delicate features. That was all Watabe thought he needed to know. He is pretty nondescript.
しかし、なんでもねえところだな。
He doesn't really have a personality yet. I don't know anything about him. He'd heard that Hekiho was famous, but once he'd gotten inside, he'd found it was just a normal high school. Maybe a little cleaner than most. He'd seen a TV crew from some station interviewing a student on his way here, but he couldn't imagine there was anything worth asking one.
まあ、多少は見どころのある奴らもいるみたいだが。
Since his ostensible reason for being here was to do an article on the Culture Festival, he had to take a few pictures. Since it didn't matter what pictures he took, he decided to just walk through the school. As he went by a class that was doing some kind of Garo Froggy cafe, there was a bit of a fuss. Student after student had asked him for handshakes and autographs. Almost the entire class had known his name. He'd even taken a selfie with a girl who said she was a huge fan of his. When he told her to keep it a secret, she'd given him an innocent smile. That was the way it should be. That was the way normal people were supposed to act. Oh, what a gross... I don't like this guy.
もっと上に行ってやれ。
Ugh. It was only a short while ago that an online friend of his had suggested he come here. When he'd been putting together what he'd found about the sumo stickers, those fucking brats at the newspaper club here had just published just before he did. Yeah, get wrecked, loser. He'd given up on publishing his own article, but at least decided to show it to someone. When he'd let his friends see it, they suggested that he publish it anyway. True, he was confident in the article itself. He'd gotten a very good picture of the sumo sticker at the Love Hotel, which the newspaper club had only been able to get from a distance. There was a chance he'd be called out for plagiarism, but then his friend had continued. You're capable of turning that to your advantage, right? His friend knew him well.
所詮は高校生の一部活だ。
Everything would depend on how he handled the interview, but Watabe was confident he could use this to bolster his fame. The ideal result would be to show that the newspaper club were the ones who had copied him. They uploaded their newspaper to Nikonia all the time, so they were sure to know who he was. If he offered them the chance to help with his articles, they'd jump on it no matter what demands he made. He'd started off at the very bottom, and he'd worked his way up this far. He was capable of getting any scoop he wanted. His power was a blessing from heaven for a man who wanted to be a first-rate journalist. In the whole history of journalism, there had never been a case where a net reporter had identified a suspect ahead of the cops, the news, or the magazines. When a writer at a weekly magazine had found a suspect before the police, the whole of Japan went into an uproar. Watabe wanted to surpass that.
あとは警察へのコネがあれば完璧だな。
His one worry was the Love Hotel incident. When he charged into the crime scene and gotten into a fight with the cops there, his camera had gone out of focus and he'd failed to get part of the sumo sticker. He'd used that to get this scoop, but if someone on the police force was paying attention to those stickers, and if they were enough of a weirdo to be paying careful attention to Watabe's articles, they might find something strange.
まあ、大して違ってはいないだろうからな。
People didn't really want to hear the truth. I was gonna say it's pretty different design, but then again, I didn't notice. So then again, I'm not very observant. They wanted lies that sounded true, embellished so that they were all the more pleasing. There it is. When he heard that sound, he quickly flipped himself back into hard-working, good-natured reporter mode.
はい、どうぞ。
Ugh.
どうぞ。
They didn't open the door, nor did they say anything. Watabe grunted, soft enough so they couldn't hear, and then put on a smile as he went to answer the door. And then his fate was sealed. Apparently.
何ですかあれ何なんですか
わからない。
Disgusting. I really hope they don't show it again. Fuck me, dude. Damn it. Oh, that's so awful, dude. That's so, oh my god, that's so bad. Ugh. Gross. The students all started to panic at once, and the gym was filled with screams. Then Watabe's body fell to the floor, as if in slow motion. His legs were splayed. His eyes were open wide, still full of the terror of death. I think he's dead. He was weeping tears of blood. And...
あれは
そんな
What?
歴史シール
Yeah. Yes, it was a huge pile of sumo stickers. Watabe was probably already dead, but there were still crumpled sumo stickers pouring out of his mouth. Oh, God. That's so vile, dude. My heart was racing. Beads of cold sweat had formed on my back. I felt a scream welling up in my throat, but something held it back.
警察電話
Watabe's eyes were motionless, pointing toward nothing in particular. I wanted to look away from this madness, but I couldn't.
警察って何番そうだ117
No, wait, the police were... Wait, what was it? Maybe it was 119? Isn't it 110?
おい
Or is that just like general emergency. When we heard the voice, we were finally able to tear our eyes away from Watabe's body. There was a female student making her way toward us, past the crowds, fleeing toward the exits. A female student? No, she felt too grown up for that. And she was wearing a white lab coat. Oh, my favorite. You're the one I was really hoping to see around here. Sarcasm. Between that and the sharp look in her eyes, part of me thought she might be a coroner.
一体何があった？
If she was a coroner, she's quick. She slowly looked around the gym. Her gaze stopped at Watabe's body.
あれは？
And then, without moving an eyebrow, she said, she seems like the type who would get mad at you for asking that sort of question. It's like, what is that? You know what it is. Like, don't be dumb.
やったのはお前たちか？
Excuse? Man, I'm on a roll with these chapters.
なるほどな。じゃあ、被害者渡部さんは時間になっても体育館に現れなかったと。
はい。
そこで宮代くんと和樹さん、それから有村さんが待っていたところ、彼がいきなり舞台に上がってきて、そこで事件は起きた。間違いないね。
はい。
After that, things happened fast. The black-haired woman called Detective Shinjo, who contacted the police station. Since our club was supposed to have an interview with him, we were questioned in our club room. During the questioning, we could hear students yelling outside, and the sound of dozens of patrol car sirens, but soon it all faded back into silence. The police had probably sealed off the whole school. There had been no announcement about what was going to happen with the culture festival. But after what had happened, yeah, I imagine we're not gonna finish it out. There was no way it wouldn't be shut down. No, you know, just carry on.
で、伊藤君と尾上さんは事件の前に渡部さんの控え室へ行ったんだよね。渡部さんとは会わなかったのかい？
Huh? Am I a suspect? That's what Ito must have thought, because he suddenly started acting strange.
でも控え室には誰もいなかったんすな、尾上。部屋は
空っぽでした。
生徒会の役員は渡部さんの世話をしてたはずだろ？
それもいなかったです。
Serica must have been surprised by the sudden question, because she started to fiddle with her Garo Froggy cell phone strap.
おいお前。不愉快な音を立てるな。うるさい。
Your voice is annoying. Stop
ごめん
it.
なさい。
She must have only just then realized that she was doing it, because she quickly took her hand away from the strap.
尾上、落ち着け。誰もお前を疑ったりしないって。
ありがとう、タク。
有村さん、二人の言ってることは本当かな？
ええ、嘘じゃないですね。本当に誰もいなかったみたいですよ。
There was no doubt in her voice. From the look on her face, you'd think she knew the whole story. And for some reason, Shinjo seemed to believe her.
そうか、了解だ。
He'd believed every word Arimura had said during the entire questioning. It was kind of strange. Did the two of them trust each other that much?
一応聞いておくが、有村さん、君は体育館に行く前は何をしていたんだ？
何言ってるんですか？直前まであなたたちと一緒にいたはずですけど。もしかして忘れてます？もしそうなら脳の精密検査を受けることをおすすめしますけど。
いや、
Damn.
もちろん分かっているさ。ただ念のためというやつで。
Shinjo scratched his head as if he didn't know how to respond. I take that back. There clearly wasn't any trust between the two of them. In fact, he didn't seem to know how to handle her. Then why would he trust what she said? Something felt strange. And there was one more thing. Arimura had said that she was with Shinjo until right before she came to the gym. But there had been barely any time between Watabe's appearance on the stage and Shinjo's arrival. So what had Shinjo been doing at the culture festival?
まさか最初から何かが起こると予想してた。
And then he'd gotten in touch with Arimura ahead of time?
うん。状況から考えると、君たちが彼の死に関与していることはなさそうだ。しかし、そうなると誰が？
Who killed Watabe and how?
渡部さんが舞台に上がってきたとき、怪しい人を見たりしていないか？
はい。誰も。
君はどうだ？
The black-haired girl had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She looked up.
残念ながら私が駆けつけた時現場はパニック状態だったからな。
Her voice was as mature and calm as her appearance. She was probably a third-year student, but I'd never seen her around the school before. Maybe the white lab coat was because she was part of the biology club or the science club, but what would a student be doing here with a detective?
まったく面倒なことだ。お前たちが犯人だったら簡単に済んでよかったんだが。
Yeah, no shit.
それどういう意味です？どうもこうもそのままの意味だ。私からすればあなたの方が怪しいですけど。私は犯人じゃない。ほらどうだ、私が嘘をついているかどうかお前が一番よく分かっているはずだが。
Arimura was clearly annoyed, but the black-haired girl didn't seem to care in the slightest.
まあまあ、久野里さん、それくらいにしといてくれ。
Her name was Kunosato then. Evidently she knew Arimura, but it was clear from their conversation that the two of them didn't get along. And for some reason...
おいお前。
はい。僕ですか。
他に誰がいる？
それは。
さっきから何をジロジロ見ている？
いえ、別に。
だったら下でも向いていろ。鬱陶しい。
Get over yourself! Christ! I didn't know why, but Kunosato seemed to have it out for me too, not just Arimura. No, she's just an asshole. Through and through. What did I do? I'd never even met this girl before. Why would she act like this? Because she's a shithead.
いや、待てよ。
Or was I wrong, and we'd actually met somewhere before? Did I do something to tick her off then? It was no good. I tried to remember, and couldn't. But strangely,
彼女の声。
I felt like I'd heard that voice somewhere before. But where? Yeah, sorry, bud.
ダメだ。こういう時に限って思い出せない。
Never meet your heroes, that's what they say, right? It was really bugging me. There was nothing so useless as information that was inside you, but that you couldn't retrieve when you needed it. Information was only valuable if you could use it.
とにかくもう一度確認させてくれ。君たちは舞台の下で対談を待っていた。だがいくら待っても渡部さんは現れず、伊藤君と尾上さんが様子を見に行った。その後しばらくして突然渡部さんが舞台に上がってきて、そこで倒れた。間違いないね。
はい。
I suddenly remembered the way Watabe had looked. His eyes were out of focus, but full of terror. He was weeping tears of blood. His hands were stretched out as if seeking help, and the sumo stickers poured out of his mouth, covered in blood and vomit. It was a bizarre scene. I looked over at Arimura, and she must have remembered it too, because she was wincing.
両目から出血。口からは異物を嘔吐か。吐き出したのは力士シールと呼ばれる妙なシールだったな。検視は進んでいるのか、新庄さん。解剖はいつ行われる？
子供たちの前でそこまでは。
子供たちの前か。
Kunosato snorted, annoyed,
まあとにかく
as if she
君
has
たち新
any
聞部に
other
は
emotion.
全員ちゃんとアリバイがある。心配しなくていいからな。
I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I knew I was innocent, I'd still be terrified of being arrested anyway.
ただ君と有村君、それと和樹君は事件を間近で見た目撃者だ。申し訳ないが、所轄の担当者が資料を作るのに協力してほしいと言ってる。
はいはい。やだって言ってもどうせ連れてくんですよね。
いや、別に君たちは被疑者じゃないから、あくまでも協力をだね。
この前もそんなこと言ってましたけど。
しかし、なんだろうな、君たちは。
Shinjo brushed his hand through his bangs. He hadn't cut his hair for a while.
何がです？
前回の柿田さんの事件といい、先日の彼女、クルス・ノノさんの死傷事件といい、ここのところ怪しい事件といえば必ず君たちが関わっている。これは偶然なんだろうか。
それは。
He was right. Even ignoring what happened to Kurisu, this was another potential homicide, like revolving dead. But we were just innocent bystanders. I knew that better than anyone.
僕たちは本当にたまたま。
たまたま？
Kunosato interrupted me.
本当にたまたまなのか。お前たちが気づいていないだけで何かある可能性は？事件を呼び寄せるような何かが。
I tried to say something back to her, but couldn't. Her eyes were that cold when she looked at me. Damn it, what was with this girl?
あの。
I was starting to get angry, and that was enough to get me to open my mouth.
僕、あなたに何か。
なんだ。
But I regretted it immediately. She was scary.
その。
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言え。時間の無駄だ。
Says the one asking pointless questions. Like, go fuck yourself.
じゃあ聞かせてもらいます。けど、僕、あなたに何かしましたか？
ああ？
なんだかすごく嫌われてるような。いや、僕の気のせいだったら、すみません。
気にしない方がいいですよ、先輩。この人は誰に対してもこんな感じですから。
That's what I'm saying. Just naturally an asshole. To everyone? Was that true? That was okay then.
誰に対してもというのは違うな。お前たちに対してだけだ。
Only to everyone relevant here.
お前
Convenient.
たち。
ああ、そうだ。お前たちだ。
Did she mean me and Arimura? Or
もしかして以前どこかで。
いや、お前のその神気臭い顔を見るのは初めてだ。
what the hell is her problem, dude? Damn it. Then why does she have to be such a bitch? Thank you, somebody said it.
とにかく手口から見て今回の事件もこれまでの猟奇事件との関連性が疑われる。
ニュージェネの凶器の再来
すか？
The strange way that Watabe had died. And then the fact that today was October 10th. Just like Shinjo said, it was possible that there was a connection.
ああ。司法解剖の結果を待たなければ断定はできないが、日付と犯行の異常性は一致する。ところで、宮代君、聞いてもいいか？
はい。何でしょうか？
あのボードは君たちが？
Oh, I forgot about the board, yeah. Shinjo was looking at the map we'd put together to follow the case.
はい、そうですけど。
ちょっと見せてもらってもいいかな？
Shinjo stood up without waiting for my answer and walked over to the board. Kunosato moved away from the wall and followed him.
これ、どう思う？
そうだな。
The two of them started to whisper to each other. I tried to listen in, but I couldn't make it out. With nothing else to do, I whispered to Arimura.
あのさ、あの久野里って人、うちの生徒なのか？
For some reason, Arimura was staring at me in surprise.
僕、何か変なこと言った？
いえ、先輩がタメ口だったから。
Hey.
Oh.
I must have been so distracted by everything else that was going on that I didn't think.
ごめんなさい、つい。
God damn it, you ruined it!
いえ、そのままでいいです。私は前からそうしてくれと言ってましたし。
わかりまし、じゃなくて、わかったよ、有村さん。
有村。
え？
さんもつけなくていいです。
わかった。有村。
First, the two of us had been together at the scene of Watabe's death. Now we had that strange, arrogant woman angry at us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe that's why I was finally able to talk with her normally.
それで、何の話でしたっけ？
It's like you creep me out, and I've got some bad experiences with you, but that chick is out of control. So you and I are good now.
だからあの人。
The two of them were still talking about something in front of the map I'd made.
知らないんですか？先輩と同じ3年生だそうですよ。と言っても、ほとんど学校に来たことないらしいですけど。
学校に来ないって、不登校ってこと？
さあ、私もそこまでは。
So she was in my grade, but I was sure I'd never seen her at school. Ito and Kurusu had a lot of connections. Would they know her?
っていうか、そもそも何者なんだ？僕たちのこと嫌ってるみたいだけど。
さあ。
さあって、知り合いなんだろ？
私も、この前会ったばかりで詳しいことは知りません。ただ。
Our conversation was cut off by the sudden sound of a phone.
失礼。
Shinjo took his phone out of his pocket. It was an old Japanese flip phone. Who still used one of those in 2015? I started to worry about whether a wrong-sider like that was capable of solving this case at all. Really? Because he has a flip phone? Come on, dude.
ああ。そうか。わかった。それじゃあ。
Someone must have told him to go somewhere. He folded up his phone and put it back in his pocket, then turned to face us.
俺たちは先に失礼する。君たちの迎えは少し後になると思うが、くれぐれも協力頼むな。
はあ。
わかりました。
だから、そうめんどくさそうな顔するなって。時間がかからないように手は打っておく。それじゃ、頼んだぞ。
Goodbye, Shinjo. Good riddance, Kunosato. Shinjo motioned to Kunosato, and the two of them left the room. As she left, Kunosato gave us one last cold glance. And the room fell silent. No one felt like talking, so we started to take out our phones or read magazines. I'm starting to realize I may or may not have a bit of a. It's becoming a bit much. I do not like her. He'd said it would be a while before the police would arrive to pick us up. The only thing we could do was kill time.
なあ、
I tried to talk to Arimura, but she either didn't hear me or was ignoring me. She was playing with her phone, too. She seemed to be trying to get in touch with someone. It looked like she had a lot of friends, so she may have been asking what happened with the culture festival.
もう一度事件の整理をしてみるか。
ねえタク。
Serica stopped me as I started to head for the board.
どうした尾上。
能力者ってなんだろうね。
は？
Psychic? Wait, psychic? Like those con artists you see running dingy little shops? Couldn't be.
なんだそれ。ラノベかなんかの話か。
ううん。さっき新藤さん？
新庄さんか。
うん。さっき新庄さんが制服の上に白衣着た人とそんなことを。
お前、二人の話聞こえたのか。
It was true that the two of them had been mumbling in front of the board. I could barely hear it, but Serica was evidently able to make out some words from where she was sitting.
歴史シールの不可思議な現象とか能力者がなんとかとか事件に関係あるのかなって。
If they were talking about it now, then of course it had something to do with the case. But still, psychics? Like a mind reader or something? Or someone who could move stuff with his brain? They didn't think this was all being caused by psychics with superpowers or something, did they?
いくらなんでも警察がそんなこと真面目に。
聞き間違いじゃないのか？
Both Ito and Kazuki were looking at her questioningly.
そうかな。確かにそんな風に聞こえたんだけど。
なあ有村、何か心当たりはないか。
She'd spent time with Shinjo. Maybe she knew, but
有村。
ああ、何ですかそれ。私アニメとか見ないんで。
she didn't seem really interested. Well, that's what most people our age would think when they heard the word psychic.
尾上、他に何か聞こえなかったか。新庄さんたちの話。
他にはね、
She was about to open her mouth. But then the sound of the door opening cut her off.
おーい、宮代くん、和樹くんいる？それに有村くんも。
先生。
よーしよし、おとなしくしてるね。そろそろ警察に行くよ。
え？警察の人が迎えに来るんじゃ。
引率係だよ。君たちは別に犯罪者じゃないし、あくまでもうちの生徒だからね。警察に呼ばれたなら僕が連れて行くのが筋だと思って。どうだい？僕っていい教師だろ？
As if he'd ever actually done anything for us as our advisor. But still, I felt just a little relieved.
それじゃ行こうか。ああ、伊藤くんと尾上くんはすぐに帰宅すること。いいね。
ういっす。
はーい。
The two of them started to get ready.
先生。
なんだい？
文化祭はどうなるんでしょうか。
さあ、今ちょうど会議中でどうなるかはまだわからないね。
That's all he said before he left the room. It was strange. Why had I asked that?
文化祭なんて別にどうでもよかったのにな。
Well, that's not true, and you know it, my dude.
嘘ね。
That Lying? How? I wanted to ask what she meant, but it was clear to me that she wasn't going to tell. She followed Wakui out into the hallway.
どうかした宮代くん。
I could hear him from outside the room. Kazuki made a let's go gesture and looked at my face. There was something that I wanted to know, no matter what. What Serika had just said. About Shinjo and Kunosato seriously discussing the word psychics. Wakui's entrance had interrupted our conversation, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to really write off the idea as silly nonsense.
すみません。これから警察行くなら結構時間かかりますよね。
そうなるだろうね。
だったら貴重品とかまとめて持って行ってもいいですか？置きっぱなしっていうのもなんなんで。
ああ、確かに。有村くん、君も自分の教室へ行って持ってきなさい。僕は昇降口で待ってるから。
はい。
I listened to the two of them walk away. Okay, that should buy me a little time.
おい、尾上。
どうしたのタク。
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
Oh Christ, with this one. Okay, we're back to Max Caddy. That's a different name. That's a different person, right? There's no way it's the same name. Where's the target? Being questioned for their involvement in the case. A suspect? It appears unlikely, but they may have finally noticed. Understood. Continue. Of course. Who is Max Caddy? Also, what was the other name? That was definitely not the same name, right? Like, Amy is the same, but that was a different name. Right? Why can't I remember the name of the other guy? It's gonna drive me nuts. October 10th, 2015, Saturday. No, I don't want to... No, stop! Okay. Shinjo grimaced. The smell of death was enough to make him nauseous. Tomoaki Watabe's body had been taken to a university hospital and put on an autopsy table less than 2 hours after his death. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. There was paperwork that needed to be filled out, and the family needed to agree. But Watabe's death was so bizarre that a cause of death needed to be found as soon as possible. Shinjo had taken a hard line with his superiors and used rather forceful methods to get his family's permission to perform a lightning-fast autopsy. The police force as a whole seemed determined to avoid a repeat of the failure 6 years ago. But what was truly unexpected was Kunosato's statement that she would attend the autopsy as well. Oh good, she's like, I'm gonna be there. Not asking, she didn't ask. She's like, I'll be there too. Statement, go fuck yourself. Also, what was the failure 6 years ago? Have they gone over that, or is that foreshadowing? Determined to repeat the failures of 6 years ago. I'm trying to think what that would be. My poor brain. Since he couldn't let a civilian, especially a high school girl, attend an autopsy unsupervised, I think is what they were going for, he'd been forced to go with her. The hospital's autopsy room was kept clean and very different from the musty atmosphere you often saw in foreign movies. But to Shinjo, the invisible smell of death was still thick in the air. It was nothing like seeing a body at a crime scene. It was almost physically uncomfortable. But Mio Kunosato, as near as he could tell, didn't seem bothered at all. Shinjo and Kunosato were watching the autopsy from the waiting room next door. The wall had glass to allow them to see into the room. The external and internal examinations had been completed, and now they were opening up the stomach and examining it. Fun. Oh yeah, please zoom in. Zoom in further. Come on, give me a nice close up of the gross.
要件？
今日わざわざ渡部の対談を見に行くと言い出したのはなぜだ？それどころか有村ひなえにも 渡部と接触するよう昨日から指示していたんだろまさか実は君が黒幕だとかいうオチはやめてくれよ。
そうできるならそうしてもいいかもな。
Shinjo couldn't tell if she was serious or not. He'd spent the last several days with her, but he still had no idea what she was thinking.
渡部が殺されるかもしれないという予感はあった。予感を確信に変えるために有村に接触するように指示したんだ。だがまさか今日殺されるという予想はしていなかった。
有村ひなえが渡部に接触すると何がわかるんだ？
She didn't answer him, even though he was sharing police information with her. Would it really kill her to be a little more cooperative?
渡部はあの若さでスクープを連発しすぎていたと思わないか？
ああ、それが何か？
Just as he spoke, he could hear a muffled moan from the coroner. Let me guess, there's more stickers. He's still got like a bunch inside. There were microphones in the autopsy room that would let them hear anything said in there.
どうしたんだろう？どうしたんだ？
Shinjo pounded on the glass and motioned for the coroner to explain. The coroner nodded and moved the body so that they could see it better, then held up a pair of tweezers. He plunged the tweezers into Watabe's open abdomen. From where Shinjo and Kunosada were standing, they couldn't see inside. The tweezers seemed to grab something. That was all he said as he lifted up the tweezers. Between them was... oh, God. A sumo sticker in excellent condition.
綺麗すぎるな。
It wasn't twisted or broken. The sticker was almost entirely intact. Suddenly, Kunosado opened the door leading into the autopsy room. Couldn't go in there without changing her clothes or disinfecting herself. He tried to tell her that, but gave up. She just is... I can't with her. It was more important to find out what the coroner had seen. So he followed her in, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. The coroner said nothing. He just stood silently, holding his tweezers. Even Kunosada was shocked by what she saw in the body. So was Shinjo. Covered his mouth with a handkerchief. It was just too bizarre. Watabe's stomach was so swollen it seemed about to burst. And inside the stomach he could see not just dozens, but hundreds of sumo stickers.
まだちゃんと確認はしていないが、食道にも異常なほどの膨張が見られる。シールが途中で詰まっている可能性が高い。
Oh god, dude.
考えられるシーンは
That's not good.
窒息死だろうな。
つまりこういうことか。渡部は窒息するほど何枚も何枚も何枚も力士シールを飲み込んでいたと。
No one, not Shinjo or the coroner, said a word. Well, I mean, that I feel like that couldn't be because he walked out onto the stage. He was like technically alive for a second, right? He was going all bleh. So he like that's awful. It's awful to imagine just stickers. By the time Kazuki and I got back from the police, the school looked completely different. The bustling school building was now almost completely empty. All the police tape was gone except for from the gym where the death had occurred. They must have finished their examination of the area. From the look of things, if I went back to the club room, I probably wouldn't find anyone. But for now...
Huh?
ああ、タク、花ちゃん、おかえり。
なんだ、思ったより早かったな。
Serica and Ito were there.
有村は？
警察からまっすぐ帰った。もしかして僕たちを待っててくれたのか？
誰が好き好んで野郎を待たなきゃいかんのだ。和樹のことを待ってたんだよ。
Kazuki gave Ito a little bow.
花ちゃん、騙されちゃダメだよ。しんちゃんは片付けに時間がかかってるだけだから。ん？
こらこら、言うなお前は。
Well, that's what I figured, but I felt a lot better. I could still see that awful corpse when I closed my eyes. Since I hadn't eaten anything this morning, there was nothing to go up my throat but stomach acid. Because of that, my esophagus was starting to hurt. Just being able to talk to everyone like this made me feel a lot better.
あ、でも片付けってことはやっぱ中止なのか、学祭。
うん、タクが出てった後、アナウンスがあって。
そっか。もしかしたら延期って可能性もあるかと思ったんだけど。
ま、しゃあねえわな。なんたって殺人だからな。
And since it might have to do with all the other strange deaths, the school probably didn't have much of a choice.
で、お前らの方はどうだったんだよ。犯人扱いとかされなかったか？大丈夫か？
なんで僕が疑われるんだよ。むしろ重要な目撃者だぞ。
だからじゃねえか。ミステリーで目撃者っつったら容疑者確定だろ。
刑事ドラマの見過ぎだって。
But still, just like Shinjo had said earlier, it would make sense if they suspected me. I think. This was the second time after the revolving dead incident that someone had died near me.
それにしてもさ、本当に今日事件が起こるなんてな。これで俺たちの推測は当たってたってことだな。
そうだな。
I leaned my tired body back into a chair and looked at the map on the wall. Now there was even more evidence. We could be certain at this point that what had happened this morning was in some way related to the New Generation madness. But we didn't know who had done it or why. The sumo stickers that made me sick every time I saw them were the only clue we had.
しかも今回の渡部の殺人には、それが直接凶器として使われていた。
は？なんだって？
Oh my god, why? To be honest, I didn't really want to remember that. I didn't want to see it again, thank you. There was no way to know this unless you'd experienced it for yourself, but seeing something in a video and seeing it in person were two radically different things. The biggest difference was the smell. Even if there was no blood, like this morning, there was still a unique stench in the air. Part of it was the smell of vomit and the excrement that slid out of the body after the muscles had relaxed, but it was more than that. There was a unique stench the bodies of the dead possessed. The smell of death, you might call it. Whenever I saw the body in my mind, I also remembered that scent. I really don't want to look at this anymore, thank you.
警察の話だと、渡部の死因は窒息死だよな。口の中に例のシールがいっぱいだったんだろ？
シールを口に入れられて、喉に詰まっちゃったのかな。
犯人はなんでそんなことしたんだ？つうかさ、そもそも今までの事件と犯人が同じだと思うか？
どういうこと？
だってなあ。
Ito stopped and shrugged. I knew what he was trying to say. If we assumed that all these incidents were related, compared to Don't Look at Me, Leaky Noise, and Revolving Dead, this murder seemed very different. The killer jammed sumo stickers in the victim's mouth until he choked. It was cruel, sure, it was also felt sloppy, brutal, and crude. But
僕だって最初はそう考えたよ。警察から話を聞くまではね。でも
when I was leaving the station, I heard the cops talking about the results of the autopsy. They said that Watabe's stomach was filled to bursting with sumo stickers. So this case was every bit as weird as the other three. I tried to get out of the chair, but I was still a little tired, so I staggered a little bit.
すべての事件の特徴を順を追って見てみると、今回の事件も明らかに同一の事件に属するものじゃないかと思えるんだ。
これまでの事件と共通点があるってこと？
それを聞いてほしい。順を追って話す。
That's right. What I was about to explain included a critical factor that we'd never even considered before. It was what I'd talked to Serica about before I'd left the police station. Left for the police station. That's an important distinction.
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
さっきの話？
言ってたろ。新庄さんと黒里さんの話。能力者とか不可思議なこととか。
ああ、なんだっけ。そうそう、なんかね、変なんだって、これまでの事件が。
そりゃ変だろ。だからこそ僕たちだって追っかけてるわけだし。
ああ、そういう意味じゃなくてね、死んだ被害者の人たちが。最初の犠牲者、こっちみんなの人のニア生のタイトル知ってるよね。
俺氏、未来が見えてしまう剣だろ。
Yeah, I did notice that they all had, the first guy had like, supposedly had like the ability to see the future. The music lady had like the weird captivating, like anyone who heard her music got caught in a trance or whatever, to the point where she was scared, which was really sad. And that one made me really sad. I don't think do we know anything about the third guy? I don't remember if we heard any like powers the third guy might have had. And then supposedly Watabe like just gained the ability to like find scoops or whatever before the police. Like I guess he gained that. I guess you could call that like maybe a supernatural power. I was thinking about that, but interesting.
本当にね、その未来を予知できたのかもって。
は？
That's crazy. Was it some kind of joke?
で、次の音漏れ単なんだけど、ライブに来てた人が変だったんだって。
変ってどういう意味だ？
ね、なんか熱に浮かされてたみたいな感じ？歌自体は大したことないんだけど、歌声に取りつかれたみたいな。
なんだよそれ。よくわかんないな。
そんなこと言われても、そう言ってたんだもん。
まあいい。で、次の回転デッドは？
Yeah, this is the one I'm not sure about. I don't think we've heard anything about any power. I don't remember his name. Kakita. I don't think we know anything about any powers he had.
バイトなのに業績がすごく良かったって。
それは単に有能だっただけじゃないのか？
そうなんだけどね。なんかこう相手の望んでることがわかるっていうか、もしかしたら盗聴でもしてるんじゃないかって陰で言われてたみたい。
Interesting.
私が聞いたのはこれで全部だけど。
いや、上出来だ。よくそこまで聞き取ってくれたな。
もしかして役に立つ？
ああ。
Shinjo and Kunosato were talking very softly, so I hadn't been able to hear it at all. It was definitely thanks to Serica that we had this information. I'm telling you, she's the MVP of the newspaper club. She's like, like every time we're like, what do we do? Serica's like, oh, I got it. I handled it. But still. So like the victims or like people with psychic powers are the targets, I guess? I mean, it's probably not that simple. After what I'd heard from talking to Serica, it was unbelievable, but if I looked at all the cases so far in light of that,
全てを確かめるためにもう一度事件を整理してみるから見ててくれ。
I turned to face the board on the wall. When I did so, I could feel strength coming back to my tired body and mind. Good, I was fine. What happened this morning hadn't made me afraid. Everyone looked at the map of Shibuya, even Kazuki.
なんだ、円数2をプレイするんじゃないのか？
For some reason, Kazuki always participated when we used this. Well, whatever. I should start with the first case. Keys were what I'd heard from Serica before going to the police station, and what I knew about the victim. Together, they implied that...
そうか。やっぱりそういうことなのか。
No, wait, that can't be right.
けど、そう考えれば全ての辻褄が合う。
Actually, there were a lot of things that could only be explained this way. My mind raced. And soon I felt a curiosity welling up within me that overrode the terror and disgust I'd felt when I was at the scene of the murders.
やっぱりそうだ。信じられないけれど、あり得る。
It was a stupid idea, maybe. But if it were true, it would be incredible. It would change everything we thought we knew about the world.
なんだよ、気持ち悪いな。急に変な笑い声出すなよ。
だってね、なんかいつものタクに戻ったなって。
Now that I thought about it, I'd gotten so excited that I'd forgotten the nightmare that was going on around me. I should get back on topic.
僕は気づいたんだ。直接犯人には繋がらないかもしれないけど、事件の全容を知る上で、いや、ひょっとしたら世界の常識を覆すような大きな共通点に。
I could see Kazuki gasp in surprise.
マジかよ。
すごい。
Everyone was looking at me as I explained everything in turn.
まず今回の渡部氏殺害事件がニュージェネの狂気の再来と呼ばれる一連の事件の延長線上にあるという話。
でもよ、さっきも言ったけど、ただの窒息死なんだろ？
いや違う。渡部の死因は確かに窒息死だけど、単に口の中いっぱいに力士シールを詰め込まれて死んだわけじゃない。
どういうことだ？
I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. I knew that when I imagined it, I was going to shiver.
彼は力士シールを胃の中までいっぱいに詰め込まれて死んだらしい。
Full is an understatement. Over full. Everyone's eyes went wide. I could tell that they were trying to figure out the meaning of what I just said.
胃の中まで？それって。
そう。力士シールを無理やり、それも噛み砕くことなく原型を残したまま大量に飲み込んで、あるいは飲まされて、それが原因で窒息して死んだ。そういうことになる。
そいつはまた。
雑どころじゃないんだ。むしろあまりにも変質的なんだよ。
だったら確かに今回の事件も一連の事件と同じ流れの中にあるってことになるわけか。
I nodded, then wrote down a brief outline of Watabe's death and pinned it on the map.
だがな、宮代。それがさっき言ってた世界の常識を覆すほどの共通点なのか？
いや、今のはただ渡部氏殺害事件が連続殺人事件の一環であるということを確認しただけで、もちろん本題はこの先にある。
I stopped talking for a second and looked around at everyone's faces.
まずこっちみんなと呼ばれている第一の事件の被害者、大谷優馬。彼は未来がわかると言っていた。
んなのただの煽り文句だろ。
いいから最後まで聞けって。
Ito shrugged and stopped talking.
第二の事件、音漏れ炭。被害者高柳百音の歌声には妙な魅力があったってファンは口を揃えて証言してる。聞いているだけでトランス状態になれるって。
うんうん、あの刑事さんそんなようなことを言ってた。
クラブとかで踊ってる連中と同じだろ。音楽や歌が聴いてる人間をトランス状態にするのはよくあることだ。
人をそういう状態にするにはそれなりの条件が必要だろ。クラブなんかはそういう効果をもたらすために作られた閉鎖空間だ。でも高柳百音がストリートライブをしていた場所は違う。何の設備もない路上だ。
まあいいや、続けてくれ。
そして第3の事件、回転デッドの被害者柿田博則。彼はまるで顧客の心が読めているみたいだったそうだ。
おい、まさか。
Ito seemed to realize what I was trying to say. That's my partner for you. He's got good intuition.
渡部のあの写真、力士シールの表情が違うってことは言ったよな。
I told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker I'd photographed at the Love Hotel and the one in Watabe's article was different.
最初あれはコラージュか何かだと思った。実際渡部にはそういう噂があったからな。でもどうやら違うらしいんだ。刑事に確認してみたんだよ。そしたら渡部の撮った写真には改ざんされた形跡はなかったらしい。となると考えられる可能性は、
There was a chance that many of Watabe's too good to be true photographs weren't taken with a camera. He probably used some form of psychic photography. I wrote everything that occurred to me down on a memo and pinned it to the map. I'm gonna be honest, I've never heard the term psychic photography. That's a new one. Ito laughed as I put it up.
いやいや待てって、いくらなんでもそりゃないだろ。
しんちゃん、今ので分かったの
Kazuki seemed irritated that Ito had figured out the answer before her. She started to bang on the wall like she always did.
で、おいこらやめとけ。
要するに宮代はこう言いたいんだ。今回の事件の被害者に共通するのは、全員不可解とも思える現象を引き起こしていたという点だ。それが意味するのは、
Yes, and that means they... Oh boy. We're aliens from outer space! What? I mean... This is the obvious implication. We're aliens from outer space is a really funny answer. And I'm tempted to pick it, but... I think this is what they're going for, right?
そう。彼らはみんな。
彼らは特殊な能力を持っていた。そうだな。
Ito took the words right out of my mouth.
特殊ってつまり
尾上が新庄さんから聞いた言葉で言うなら能力者、つまり超能力者ってことだよ。
超能力？
超能力ってミステリー小説だったら奮発物どころか読者が怒っちまうぜ。
残念ながらこれは小説じゃない。
I don't
事実
know.
だ。
I'm pretty invested.
だったらなおさらだよなあみんな。
Ito looked around at the others, expecting their agreement. But while Kazuki had looked surprised for a moment, she quickly returned to her usual inscrutable expression, and Serika was excited about something completely different.
超能力ってあれでしょ？こう透明になって女子更衣室に忍び込んだりするやつ。
That came out of left field. No, 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 no! Where did that come from?
まあそういうのもあるかもしれないけど、普通はテレパシーとか。
テレパシーいいな。携帯電話とかいらないから料金かからないし。
Forget it. I should just give up on trying to talk to her about anything complicated.
でもさ、超能力なんて言い始めたら何でもありだろう。それこそ誰かが遠くから超能力を使って殺人を犯したとか。
Serika's goals are beyond our understanding. Her priorities lie elsewhere.
いや、超能力って言っても多分そこまで便利なものじゃないんじゃないかな。せいぜい一つの能力しか使えないとか。それに忘れてもらっちゃ困るけど、超能力者なのは犯人ではなく被害者だってことだ。
でも被害者が超能力者ってことは犯人もそうだってことも考えられるだろ
う。まあな。
Well, that was certainly possible. Or, no, it might actually be likely.
ああ、そういえばさ。
Serika cut the two of us off. Her voice was easygoing and unconcerned.
前にアットチャンネルか何かでそういう都市伝説があるってタク言ってなかった？確か渋谷で生活してると不思議な力が身につくとか。
That's right. How could I have forgotten something so important?
ああ、それなら俺も知ってるけどさ。でもあれって地震で死んだ人の霊が取り付くとかなんとか言われてる話だろ？
That sounds incredibly disrespectful.
いくらなんでもそれはな。
例の話は後付けで、現象だけは実際のものだとしたら。
んなこと言ってもさ。
火のないところに煙は立たないって言うよ。
火の気のないところに火をつけて回るのがアットチャンネルだろうが。
それはそうだけど。
でも尾上は聞いたんだよな、能力者がどうとか言うのは。
そうだよ、警察の人が言ってたもん。
だからってよ。
Ito still didn't seem willing to accept it. Well, I could understand that. Even I thought this was a little crazy. But for some reason, it felt to me like this was the explanation closest to the truth.
伊藤の言いたいこともわかる。でも仮説の一つとして考えておいてもいいとは思わないか？
それはまあ。
He fell silent. Normally, Kazuki would have gotten bored with all this talking and gone back to her computer, but today she wasn't moving. What? Okay. She wasn't participating in our conversation, but for once she seemed interested.
まあ100歩譲って宮代の仮説が正しいとしようじゃないか。じゃあもう一つの共通点との関係は？
もう一つの共通点って？
力士シールだろ。
ああ、そっか。
The sumo stickers were involved in this case too. No, this time they were actually the murder weapon, you could say.
そもそもなんで全ての現場に力士シールがあるんだろうな。
普通に考えたら殺された人が残すんだよね。ダイビングメッセージだっけ？
ダイイングな。でも今回の場合は凶器そのものが力士シールなんだからそれは当てはまらない。
となると犯人が置いてったってことだよな。自分がやったってことを分からせるためか、あるいは
誰かに何らかのメッセージを送るためか。
Which means that that card would have some kind of meaning that all the victims understood. The only thing they have in common that we know about now is that they had special powers.
あ、電話だ。
Serica took her phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen, then frowned and looked at me. Oh god, it's his phone again. Oh no.
のんちゃんから。
Oh, okay. No, it's not.
ということで、吉祥寺で今行列ができているラーメン店3つご紹介しました。どうですか？気になるお店ありましたか
？2つ目のつけ麺のお店が気になりますね。魚介スープではなく味噌ラーメン風のスープというのが新しいなと思いまして。
そうですね。味噌といってもつけ麺用にアレンジされていて結構さっぱりしているんですよね。
今テロップが出ていますね。速報です。今日お昼頃フリージャーナリストの渡部智明さん22歳が
There was a large sign at the top of the screen which read, Freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe dies violently during speech.
渋谷署では事件・事故の両方の可能性があるとして渡部さんの死因や病気の有無など詳しく調べています。渡部さんはつい先日渋谷で大量に貼られている力士シールと連続自殺事件に関連性があるという内容のスクープ記事を書き注目されていました。
I'm sorry? You hear Watabe's dead. Wow, that's a shock. Yeah? What the hell is happening? Watabe, I'm gonna cry. You knew him? No, but I thought he was great. Just a fan, huh? Lol. What is this? He seemed really smart. You know, when you look at him, he isn't all that hot. So it was just his face in the end. Why'd he die, anyway? I don't know, but that's what they were saying on Rhine. Wasn't he on TV yesterday? He was writing an article about how the sumo stickers in Shibuya are bad news. What? He was the one who putting them up? Lol lol lol. No lol, he didn't put them up. Lol 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 lol. That the sumo stickers had something to do with the case. The new generation madness, you know? Was Watabe killed? What? Scary shit, lol. Those eyes are God's eyes? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? Those eyes are God's eyes? Oh, what the fuck was that, though? Okay. Bad news, Tomoaki Watabe dead, lol. That's... how incredibly tasteful. According to an announcement by the Shibuya Metropolitan Police on the afternoon of the 10th and around 1 p.m., Tomoaki Watabe was found dead. The Shibuya police are investigating both the possibility of an accident as well as potential murder or suicide, and are looking into the cause of Mr. Watabe's death and any illnesses he may have had. First, naturally, two people saying first, that's the internet. Rest in peace, skipping the ASCII art. Rest in peace, lols. The Schadenfreude is giving me a boner. Alright, that's good for you. You had to dance with hard luck, huh? Rest in peace, that's what you get. Holy shit. Who rip? Rest. Alright. Skipping the repeat messages. The darkness of the sumo stickers runs deep. Did he learn too much? Wait, this is seriously scary. How come you guys are laughing? Because it's the internet. Like, that's just how it be. Holy shit. Today's the fucking 10th. New generation madness, so it's begun. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Glad that asshole's dead. Which one of you guys did this? So the dates match again? Why do you guys hate him so much? He's just some loser plagiarist. I read that as loser protagonist. He is not the protagonist. Don't put out a breaking news update just because this dumbass died. I was recording fucking Conan. That's really funny. Worship the sumo stickers. Die. This proves it. The next one will be on October 23rd. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Repent of your sins. There will be more victims. You're kidding me, lol. The guy reports on all this stuff and ends up killed himself. Sumo stickers continue to be God. It's the return of the new generation madness, and I can't bear it. Oh my god. Boy. And then we don't have a name for this one yet, which, you know, understandable. It just happened. You're late. That's what I'm here to see. Ended up just like Watabe said, huh? The sumo stickers will save the world. Troll somewhere else. You're in a bad spot to say that. Maybe Watabe killed himself to prove his article was right? If so, then he's got my respect. Really? Okay. A miraculous carnival is about to begin. Yeah. Dead people, am I right? What is happening in Shibuya? And then this nightmarish copy-paste hell. Well, that was fun. That was a fun thread. Fun thread to read. I think this is the first one we've had today. First one of these. Keep it positive, I suppose. I silently looked up at the building. The lights were on in the room at the end of the living room on the 3rd floor, which meant that she was awake. I'd known that she would be, but still, I couldn't help but sigh. That was the end of my last hope. After Sarika had answered the phone, she'd handed it to me without saying a word. Just like I'd expected, her voice was calm. Both me, Sarika, and Ito knew from experience that meant she was angry. She told me to come home immediately in a flat, emotionless voice. I couldn't even make any excuses. What? I mean, at this point, what have they done? They literally, like, a guy died. They didn't have anything to do with it. I'd been hoping she'd be asleep when I got back, but now I realized that there was never any chance of that. No, I don't know for certain she wanted to talk about what happened today. It might be about something else. If only, am I right?
クルス、僕だけど。
タクル？来てくれたのね。入って。
I came inside and Kurisu welcomed me from the bed.
おかえり。ちょっと待って。
Kurisu started to rummage through something under the blankets. If she was going to get mad, I'd prefer if she got mad now. Right now, it felt like sitting on a bed of nails. It was hellish.
さ、今日呼び出したのって、やっぱり。
Just as I spoke, Kurisu stood up.
なんで脱いでるんだ?
Why? Why? She wasn't even wearing underwear! Oh, but if she'd been lying down this whole time, it would make sense if she wasn't dressed. Wait, that wasn't the issue here!
背中を拭いてもらおうと思って。
Oh my god. That's... You really take your chances with these, huh?
そのためか。
ごめんね。迷惑だった？
いや、なんていうか。
This didn't make sense. Kurusu wasn't usually like this. I wasn't sure how to handle her now that she was acting this way.
ユイやユードに頼めばいいのに。
タクルに甘えたくなっちゃったのかも。こういう時ぐらいいいでしょ？
She wanted me to do that?
そんなこと言い出すなんて絶対変だ。熱でもあるんじゃないのか。
恥ずかしがることなんてないのに。何年か前タクルが熱出して寝込んだ時に私いろいろやってあげたじゃない。
いろいろって？
下の世話だってしたよね。
Oh my lord. Kurusu giggled a little. I hadn't heard anything about her having a fever. So why was she acting this way?
タクルの体のことなら私何でも知ってる。兄弟なんだから。
You need to ask yourself these
それは
questions.
普通のことでしょ。
Miyashiro, this is your head, my dude. Was that
お
normal?
願いタクル。今日だけでいいから甘えさせてよ。
わかったよ。
ありがとう。
But it was still embarrassing enough that I couldn't bring myself to look at her.
タクル、目をそらさないで。
My heart skipped a beat.
それってどういう？
私の全部をタクルに今からさらけ出すから。
Jesus Christ. I gulped loudly. Her face was bright red. Did she have a fever after all? Or...
クルスだって恥ずかしがってるじゃないか。
変よね。思ったよりずっと
It is
恥ずか
weird.
しい。
It is correct. To be honest, I wanted to run away as soon as I could. But I just said I would do it. I couldn't betray Kurusu when she was this weak.
見るよ。
嬉しい。
I looked straight at her. At her body. Can we... Listen! Sometimes... Oh, no, stop! Stop! Okay. It's like, no! No, it keeps panning! Stop! No! Oh, that scared me. That scared me. Okay, we're good.
何か
I mean, good is relative, I suppose. She was beautiful, but I couldn't bring myself to say that.
それじゃあタクルお願いしていい？
お願いって？
だから体を拭いてほしいんだけど。
That's right. I'd forgotten.
そこにタオルあるから。
She already had a towel and a bowl of hot water ready. I wet the towel and got closer to Kurusu.
前から後ろから。
She fidgeted. It was really cute to see Kurusu acting this way.
前も拭いてくれるの？
Kurusu didn't need me to wipe down her front side. She could do it herself.
いやだってずっとこっち向いてるから。
Oh no. I was panicking even more than usual.
ごめん。背中だよね。
いいよ。
She looked straight at me.
いいよ。
What was okay? No, I didn't need to ask. I gulped again and looked back at her. Her pale skin was slightly slick with sweat. Her breasts were firm and round. Her hips formed a smooth curve. She looked like a statue of Venus. I had never realized Kurusu was so pretty. I wanted to touch her body. Listen, I keeps going. She looked so soft. Her skin looked so clear. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't turned on. But more than anything, I wanted to touch it because it belonged to Kurusu. Damn it. I wanted to touch her beautiful body because it was hers. I reached my hand out towards Kurusu's neck, not the one with the towel, but the empty one. And ran my fingertips softly down the side of it, and holy shit, it's still going! Oh my god.
タクル、なんでそんなところ。
Her body shook a little. It was indescribably cute. Kurusu was always the big sister, bossing me around and telling me what to do. Now she was squirming under my touch. It felt good, like I had made her my own. I hate that I have to say these words. I hate it a lot. There's some are worse than others. That one's pretty rough.
クルス、僕はクルスのこともっと好きにしたい。
She nodded, embarrassed.
あなたの好きにして。
All right, we're done. I have to go kill myself now. I can't. Listen. Sometimes that can wait. Sometimes those are worth it, right? I like both. I like playing both sides. The green one is always a risk because you might get something like that. And I've committed to reading the words. I've committed to it. All right. I'll read the words. I'll say them and silently lament the fact that those words exist with my voice attached to them forever now. But sometimes you get things like the Star Wars Kazuki thing. That's my favorite. That's what I always hope it is. I hope it's something like that where it's goofy and silly and fun and wee. And then sometimes it's that. I need a moment. I need a moment. All right. Okay. Kurusu, I will not stop tickling you until you apologize. What? I was trying hard to escape from reality. If I was imagining Kurusu in a situation like that, I must be under more stress than I thought. Whew. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? Oh. When I went inside, she was sitting on the bed waiting for me. Fully clothed.
ちゃんと寝てないと。
また警察に連れて行かれたって聞いたんだけど。
Kurusu cut me off. Her voice was calm and level. Normally, this would have been a relief, but in Kurusu's case, it just made me feel more scared. Okay.
この情報に間違いはないわね。
誰の情報？
そんなの誰だっていいでしょ。
Oh, that's the
それよ
face.
り本当なの？
That's the
ど
angry
うな
face.
の？
それは。
Kawahara must have told her. Damn it. Why did he have to tell Kurusu of all people? I knew I was in for another lecture. No, I'd be lucky if it was just a lecture. If it was anything worse... I didn't want to think about it. Her voice was this calm. It was a warning sign. I needed to proceed cautiously.
さっきから黙っているなんて一体どうしたんでしょうね。もしかしたら 私の声が聞こえなかったんでしょうか。
She suddenly changed. You're kidding me. Normally I'd get at least a little more time.
そういうことならもう一度お聞きしましょうか。
She
先ほどのお
mad.
話は。
聞こえてます。大丈夫です。
そう。だったらどうしてお返事してくれないのかしら。
すみません。
まあいいでしょう。それで？
はい、さっきの話は本当です。でもそれは僕のせいじゃなくて、事件が起きたんだからしょうがないっていうか。ほら、クルスも知ってるだろう、渡部との対談の件。
I mean, really, like he literally had no way of knowing or not dealing with that. Oops. I tried to stop my voice from shaking as I told her everything that had happened that day.
警察に連れて行かれたのは僕たちが重要な目撃者だっただけで、他には何もないから、本当に。
Yeah, I guess if all she heard was that he had to go to the police station, she wouldn't know that. So, fair enough. Kurusu was watching me with extremely cold eyes the entire time I talked. I somehow managed to look back at her as I shared something that wasn't an excuse that I'd been feeling lately.
でもさ、最近なんか少しおかしいと思ってるんだ。
おかしい？何が？
最初はさ、もちろん僕たちから興味を持って事件のことを調べてた。けど最近はその事件自体が逆に僕らを追ってきてるような、そんな気がするんだよ。
The case is coming after us. When I said that, I realized how right it felt. That was the only way I could think of to describe what had happened today. It was Watabe who asked for an interview with us. And Watabe had died in front of us before we'd even talked to him. We hadn't had a choice in any of it.
昨日。
Kurusu opened her mouth quietly.
昨日言ってくれたわよね。昨日考えるってそう言ってくれたわよね。
I mean, to be fair, that was before a dude exploded in sumo stickers.
それは。
Or I guess erupted in sumo stickers. I don't want to think about that anymore. I had said that, yes.
僕だってそのつもりだったよ。でも今日また色々あって、それで新しく分かったことがあるんだよ。
分かったこと？
そうなんだ。さっき部室でみんなと話してたんだけど、今回の事件の被害者には共通点があるんだよ。その共通点とは何かっていうと、実は。
Yeah, she doesn't want to hear it, my dude. And then I stopped. I wasn't sure if Kurusu would understand what I was trying to say. I just doesn't want you involved, man. I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just told her exactly what had happened.
実は一連の事件の被害者ってみんな特殊な現象を体験してたみたいなんだよ。未来予知とか人の心を読んだりとか念写とか、つまり超能力ってことで。
超能力。
Kurusu froze. She probably hadn't been expecting that.
そうなんだ。全員が何かしらの能力を持ってた可能性があって、この予想が本当なら事件そのものだけじゃなく世界的な常識を根本から覆すことになるかもしれない。これってすごいことじゃん。
And then I realized that she was acting strange. Her gentle smile had vanished, and she was sitting there expressionlessly. I realized that I'd made a mistake, but it was too late. She was just about to blow. When she got like that, it meant she was building up her anger for an explosion. The only thing I could do now was wait for the thunder to come crashing down on me. Here it comes. I closed my eyes. But I waited and waited, and nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw...
お願い。
Kurusu looking weaker than I'd ever seen her before.
タクル、お願いだからこれ以上はやめて。もうやめて。
She reached out with shaking hands to grab my arms.
クルス。
怖いの、私。これ以上あなたが事件に首を突っ込んで何かあったらと思うと、いても立ってもいられない。怖くて怖くて。あなたにだってわかるでしょ、大切なものを失うのがどれだけ辛いことか。私はもう失いたくないの、家族を、大切な人を。だからお願い、タクル。そんなおかしな事件を追うのはもうやめて。お願い。
Kurusu seemed so weak, like she was about to cry. I was shocked. I never thought she'd let me see her like this.
そうか。
I still didn't understand how much I'd been making Kurusu worry. Her hands gripped me harder, as if she was trying to stop me, as if she was clinging to me. A gasp of pain slipped from her mouth. Maybe her wound had opened again. But she kept on clinging to me tightly. She held me and wouldn't let me go. I was a fool. I was such a fool. I had gotten cocky just because I'd learned something new, and forgotten how much that would hurt the people close to me.
ごめん。ごめん。本当にごめん。そんなに心配させてたなんて。僕。
タクル、それじゃあ。
でも。
I removed Kurisu's hands as gently as I could.
一つだけやっておかなきゃいけないことがあるんだ。それだけは許してほしい。
それは大事なことなの？
うん。
私たち家族より大事なことなの？
同じくらい大事なことかな。
同じくらい。一体何がそんなに。
スマホ取り返さなきゃ。
My phone was stolen that night. Now it was in the hands of a mysterious girl who was either connected to the killer or maybe the killer herself. I didn't know. But given what I'd seen so far, there was no way she wasn't connected somehow. So I had to get it back, no matter what.
そんなの。
ダメなんだ。あれには新聞部のデータが入ってる。それにここのことも。もしそれが見られたら。
データって連絡先とか取材の成果とかでしょ？それにロックだってかけてあるって。
うん。でももしものことだってあるし。
If there really were psychic powers, someone might have a way to get the data off it. And then something terrible might happen. Excuse? Suddenly, the lights went off and the room was plunged into darkness. The darkness was so sudden that my eyes didn't have time to adjust. I could barely see anything.
クルス、どうしたんだよ。おい。
But even though she was right in front of me a second ago, she didn't answer. There was only the silent darkness.
クルス。
That was the sound of a delusion trigger, right?
どこ行ったんだよ。
That like reach.
クルスノノならいない。もう殺した。
Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. I turned towards it, and I saw a small shadow standing there.
宮代タクルだな。
Hello again.
お前。
愚かなやつだ。 余計なことに首を突っ込まなければ死ぬこともなかったろうに。
Her hands were filled with knives. The silver blades shone with a bloody crimson light. No, it wasn't just the light that looked like blood. There was a liquid dripping down from it that looked just like...
違う。あれは血だ。本当の血だ。
そうだ、血だよ。言ったろ？クルス・ノノを殺したと。
The girl with the knives pointed to a corner in the darkness and grinned. I saw the silhouette of something that looked like a head. Oh, Christ. It was rolling on the ground. Kurusu! Kurusu!
今さら後悔しても遅いぞ、宮代タクル。これは全てお前が招いたことだ。
She smiled and started to walk toward me. I screamed out into the hallway, but there was no answer. I heard nobody call back to me.
ああ、無駄だよ。お前の妹も弟も父親もみんな殺しておいたからな。あとはお前だけだ。さっさと死ね。
That was an unpleasant sound.
タクル？どうしたの、タクル？
So that one just happened at me. All right. Fair enough. Yikes. I suddenly found myself back in Kurisu's room. She was reaching a hand out toward me, concerned. She'd been stabbed because of me, but she wasn't dead. She was alive. It was just a delusion. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and told Kurisu over and over again that I was just fine. If I wasn't careful, it might become real. The data on that smartphone was too dangerous. Of course, that wasn't the only reason I wanted it back. Because it had... the picture. Picture we'd taken together. I hadn't told Kurisu, and I never would, but that was my one precious memory. The only one I had. That's why I hadn't even made a backup. If I did, it felt like it wouldn't be as special anymore. It was a picture of my family. Back when I still considered them my family. Back when things were fun. It was the one thing I owned that I really cared about.
とにかく、あれだけは何としても取り返さなきゃならないんだ。
I gripped Kurisu's hand softly for a second and headed for the door. She tried to get up from the bed and buckled over from the pain. I wanted to run back and help her. I wanted to run over, get her back in bed, call Dad. That's what I wanted to do. But if I went back now, she probably wouldn't let me go. So I left the room and closed the door without looking back. I could hear her voice on the other side of the door. It stung a little.
タクル兄、今ノノ姉の声が。
また傷が開いたかもしれない。すぐに父さんを呼んでくれ。
わかった。タクル兄どこ行くの？
僕にはやることがあるから。
そんな、タクル兄ひどいよ。ノノ姉のそばに。ちょっとタクル兄ってば。
I ignored Yui's angry yells and ran out the door to get back what was important to me. I had to go back there, to AH Tokyo General Hospital. Oh boy, that sounds like a really good idea. Kurusu stared silently at the closed door. Her heart was filled with regret. She should have tried harder to stop him. She should have ignored the wound in her stomach and clung to him harder. Fortunately, the wound didn't seem to have opened. In that instant, her father Sakuma's words had come back to her. If you push yourself too hard and that wound opens again, it might leave a scar. His words had stopped her, and Takeru Miyashiro had left. In the end, maybe she only cared about herself. It was true that she didn't want to lose her family, but...
ダメなの。あの病院に近づいちゃダメなのよ。
She picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the floor when she'd stumbled out of bed. She opened the screen with trembling hands. On the screen was... Ito saw us from across the street and ran over.
悪いな。
いや、それよりも声。すまん。
Oh, we're doing this tonight. I thought he was like, all right, we got to do this. That's the next mission. No, we're literally right now to the hospital. Wasted no time. Ito quickly lowered his voice.
こっちこそすまないな。こんな時間に。
タクと私たちの仲だもん。
それに、お前一人で行かせて何かあったら、女帝に殺される。
When I heard the word Empress, I remembered how desperately Kurusu had tried to stop me. I shook my head a little to drive the image out of my mind. After I'd left yesterday, oh, just kidding, it's the next day. I'd gone straight to AH Tokyo General Hospital. This time, I wouldn't be able to just blunder in like I had when I'd snuck into the psych ward. I'd spent a whole night looking at the locations of the ER entrance and emergency exits, as well as the security system. And then I'd spent today pretending to be visiting a patient while I scouted the inside, and in the evening headed to Serika's house. I wanted to do it alone, but I'd realized that would be too dangerous. I needed a partner who could contact Shinjo immediately if something happened, and the only two people I could ask were Serika and Ito.
うまく取り戻せるといいな、スマホ。ここの連中が犯人と関係あるかどうか知らねえけど、やっぱりあれを渡したままにしておくのはまずい。
ああ、おかしな着信もあったしな。
思い出させるなよ。今考えても恐ろしい。
I'd canceled my phone contract immediately, but somehow it had called Ito. That had scared the hell out of me. And unlike older cell phones, a smartphone was filled with personal information. There was no way I could let them keep it.
それにさ、あれには大事なものが入ってるもんね。
何が？
素直じゃないのって良くないこともあると思うな。怪我してるのんちゃんを喜ばせてあげてもいいのにね。
ま、宮代らしいけど。
悪かったな。
んじゃ、行こうぜ。お前が調べたデータだと、そろそろ警備が交代する時間だろ。
あ。
We nodded to each other and jogged along the wall surrounding AH Tokyo General Hospital.
ここまでは予定通り。いや、むしろ上々だな。
Ito was right. Getting into the hospital had proved easier than planned. big part of it was that I'd memorized the way in, but the biggest advantage was that the rear staff entrance was unlocked for some reason. If that had been locked, we would have had to go through the ER entrance. That would mean we'd probably be caught by the staff. But just as I was starting to worry, Serica turned the doorknob and told me it was unlocked. Yeah. This is becoming a pattern. A concerning pattern. And nothing good ever happens during this pattern either. Like, it always ends with something upsetting. I suddenly remembered what had happened when I'd first snuck into the psych ward, and almost stopped for a second to think. Then I drove the idea from my mind. I needed to focus on getting the phone right now. It was nighttime at the hospital, and this wasn't a ward where patients were kept. The lobby was pitch dark. Sometimes I could hear a strange, unpleasant sound, like two pieces of metal touching. We dropped down low and tried to move quietly. Someone could spot us at any moment. It was the middle of autumn, and I could still feel cold sweat running down my back.
問題はスマホがどこにあるかだよね。
だな。
That girl was definitely the one who picked it up, which meant that finding her would be the fastest way. I had no idea of knowing where she was.
だからって病院の中を全部探して回るわけにもいかないしな。
あの日どこであの子と会ったんだっけ。
I
retraced our steps on that day. First, we'd hidden in the bathroom, and then...
精神科の病棟へ入った。
That's where we'd seen the sumo stickers drawn on the walls in blood.
ってことは、まずはそこに行かなきゃいけないってことか？
いや、何もそこまでする必要は。
And... I didn't want to go back there.
病棟から逃げるときに非常階段を使った。階段をずっと降りていって、そこでスマホを落としてあの子に拾われた。
となると、その非常階段に向かえばいいってことか。どっちだ？
それが逃げるのに夢中だったからはっきりとした場所かな。
I hadn't been able to remember when I'd been scouting this place. I hadn't been able to remember when I'd been scouting the place out this afternoon either.
多分あっちかも。
Serica started to move forward, looking around as she walked.
覚えてるのか？
なんとなくだけど。
Serica walked forward hesitantly. We followed.
ここか？
違うかな。
いや、そうだったかもしれない。
There was a steel door to the emergency stairs in front of us. I turned the knob and softly pushed it. It was a little heavy, but it opened without catching on anything. This one wasn't locked either, evidently. The emergency stairs stretched up and down, illuminated by the cold fluorescent lights. As I stared at them, I realized that I remembered coming down these stairs.
どうだ？
多分ここだ。すごいな、この絵は。
褒められちゃった。
Serica grinned. Dude, she's adorable.
よし、行こう。
ああ。
We carefully walked down the dimly lit staircase. I started to get more and more nervous. Even if I'd done my homework before I'd come here, wasn't this even easier than last time? Maybe we're being led into a trap? Maybe something terrible is waiting up ahead to swallow us? I tried to shake my head and drive the thoughts out of my mind.
あの子、今夜もまたどこかを歩いてるのかな。
どうだろう。
What was she doing with an old man in a dark hallway at that hour anyway? Where did she come from? Where did she go? Where did she come from, Cotton Eye Joe? God damn. I really didn't want to. I didn't want to do it. Also, if I did run into her again, what should I do? Ideally, I'd get my phone back without causing too much of a fuss, but I couldn't imagine where things would be that easy. For now, I'd thought of an escape route, but it might still be dangerous. We'd reached the end of the staircase. There was a cold steel door in front of us. There were no further stairs to go down. Past this door should be the hallway where I dropped my phone. I told myself that there was no time for second thoughts, and nodded at Serika and Ito. Then I put my hand on the cold doorknob. Fortunately, it wasn't locked either. I looked down at the hallway as I listened to the loud creaking of the hinges. This is so suspect. There's no one here. This is ridiculous. This is too easy. Serika and Ito both looked a little relieved. This is so a trap. There was no one in the hallway at all. We slipped past the open doorway and proceeded down the hallway, being careful not to make any noise. This is so a trap. Maybe it was my imagination, but the air seemed more stale here than it did upstairs. Identical doors stretched out on either side, and there was no way to know what was in each room. The letters on the plates were too small to read in the dim light unless you squinted. I got close to one to try and read it when...
Oi, 誰が来る?
Serika and I jumped at Ito's words. I listened carefully. And sure enough, from behind I heard... very slow footsteps. Not just one pair. They were slow, as if only taking one step at a time. I knew those footsteps. Those footsteps were...
隠れるってどこへ?
The door to the emergency exit was the same way the footsteps were coming from. There was no time to get back there now. I slid inside the door directly next to us. This is not a good idea. Just before I did, though, I saw the horrible words written on the plate next to the door. What? Oh, your shit. It's the morgue. Oh my god. The walls were covered in steel cabinets. They were just big enough for someone to lie down in. This place was... You're shitting me. Do not. I mean, like, no, don't. Don't do it. Serika put her hands on one of the cabinet doors. Do not go in one of those. The words on the plate had read... autopsy room. I guess not. Is that a... yeah. I think a morgue is a different place. Yeah, dead people that are here. Not good. Which meant that what was inside was... I closed my eyes, imagining what I was about to see inside. I opened my eyes when she spoke and saw that there was nothing inside. It's not a locker, Serika. Serika, it's not a locker!
Onoe, これロッカーじゃなくて.
I whispered to her, and she went pale. Ito must have figured it out too, because so did he.
とにかくこの中に隠れるなんてごめんな。どこか別の場所を探そう。
I mean, that's the thing. With a locker like this, there's no way they open from the inside, right? Like, literally, why would they open from the inside? So don't go in it. The footsteps were still approaching from down the hallway, and for some reason, it felt like they were coming toward this room. This wasn't a place that anyone would ordinarily choose to visit. Ito was panicking too.
宮代どうするこっちに来るぞ
I listened carefully again. There was no doubt. The footsteps were definitely coming this way. But I didn't see any place in the room we could hide. Except one. Don't do it! Sarika was shaking a little, but she put her hand on one of the cabinet doors.
バカそこはダメだって隠れるなら他に他ってどこだ
I looked around and didn't see any other place in the room where three of us could hide. I didn't have a choice. I had to do it. If the lamp on the cabinet was green, did that mean it was empty? Or did it mean the opposite? I felt all the hairs on my neck stand on end, but still I managed to pull open a door. Thankfully, there was nothing inside. Sarika was normally a ditz, but at times like this, she was really courageous. Her whole body was shaking, but she managed to jump in first. She grabbed my hand from inside. She was right. Since Sarika was so small, there was room for another person in here. Poor Ito. You get your own, Ito. And then the footsteps outside stopped. Just as I expected, they stopped right outside this door. I felt the terror like someone was pointing a cold knife at my back. Stop. I heard a voice outside. Such an awful, awful idea. I ignored Ito and yanked open the door next to mine. And then I pushed him in head first. Wow, what a... Ito held his hands over his mouth to desperately stifle a scream. As soon as he was all the way inside, I shut the door. Did he check to see if that one was empty first? It would be really bad if it was closed all the way, so I left him a little gap. And then I crouched inside and slid next to Sarika. I brought the door close, leaving just enough of a gap that it couldn't be seen from the outside. The inside of the cabinet was hard and cold. It made sense, since no one who was in here would ever complain. Since I was pushed up against Sarika, the parts of my body that were touching hers felt strangely warm. We didn't have time to enjoy each other's warmth. I looked outside, holding my breath to make as little noise as possible. Just a moment later, they came inside. There were 5 or 6 of them. I was sure it would be all old people, but some of them were middle-aged or young men. If it was just old people, I was planning on stealing it by force if I had to, but that was impossible now. But what were they doing in a place like this? And then I started to wonder again. A sudden horrible fantasy made my whole body shiver. Were they already dead? And this was where they slept? That was impossible. This wasn't a horror movie or something, right? I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, but I could tell I was shaking. Sarika was probably no different. She was clinging to me like a little child. Hello, sideways Sarika. Then I remembered. This was a lot like what had happened before. when the two of us had seen that terrifying sight as children. That's horrifying. I don't like that. At some point, I'd started holding her back. I squinted into the darkness. I could see several shadows moving about. The strange men, and one of them was clearly different than the others. But the kid, yeah. That small girl. She slowly walked across the room, straight toward where we were hiding. Did she find us? My heart started to pound faster. But it seemed that wasn't the case. The men followed her across my field of vision and stopped in a corner in front of an empty wall. She opened what looked like a small breaker box on the wall. You know, those things with a yellow warning sign and black and red text that reads, "High danger, high voltage." I know what a breaker box is, thank you very much. And then she took something out of her pocket and slid it inside the box. Secret passageways? There was a loud noise on the other side of the wall. The girl shut the door to the breaker box, then put her hand on the wall and slid it to the side. Is this the Batcave, dude? Are we about to... Did we find the Batcave? The wall opened easily, as if it was weightless. It must have been some kind of sliding door. She led the men inside it and vanished. I almost said vanquished. That would not be correct. The wall closed, and the dissection room was quiet again. I'm gonna be honest, dissection room sounds so much worse than autopsy room. I waited for a while to make sure she wasn't coming back, then finally opened the cabinet door. Sarika and I crawled out. I took a deep breath of air into my lungs. Why would they build a huge mechanism like this? What was going on at that hospital? Also, this music does not feel appropriate for the situation. What was on the other side of that wall? I knocked softly on the door of Ito's cabinet. Ito leapt out of the cabinet. His face was pale and his hand was over his mouth. He crouched down to the ground, trying his best not to scream. It was only then that I realized the cabinet I'd stuffed Ito into was already occupied. Oh my god, dude. That's awful. I could see that the lamp above the door was red. I hadn't had time to check, but still, that was a horrible thing to do to someone. That's fucked up. That is, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, he's not okay.
すまない、非常事態だったんだ。
非常事態じゃなかったら今頃ただじゃ済ましてねえぞ、てめえ。
ほんと悪い。
もういい。それより行こうぜ。ほら。
Ito staggered to his feet. I mean... But then he collapsed to the floor. I was about to say, wow, he recovered pretty quick from that. He did not. I waited for him to calm down, then opened the door to the breaker box like the girl had done.
隠し扉だって？ああ。
I looked deep inside the box. There was an RFID scanner like the ones they used at train turnstiles inside.
これじゃカードがないと開かない。
That wasn't good. What should we do now? I hadn't anticipated this. But then Serica, who had been fiddling around with different parts of the wall, let out a small cry.
なんだ？
これちゃんと閉まってないよ。
何？
Dude, this is so... It's so trappy! Serica pointed to her feet. The wall was set to slide upon rails on the floor, but some kind of cloth had gotten stuck and jammed them, so the door wasn't shut all the way.
伊藤、手を貸せ。
OK。
The two of us yanked the door to the side. We heard a loud clunk, like something was unlocking, and then the wall started to slide open. One of the men had dropped a handkerchief or something onto the rails. When Serica pulled it off, the door began to move freely. All that was left was to slide the door open. And beyond it was...
また階段だぜ。
the Batcave. I could see stairs going down. There was a sub-basement below the hospital basement. The place was protected by a very elaborate camouflage.
なんかやばい雰囲気だな。
どうする？タク。
ここまで来たんだ。僕は行くよ。
To be honest, I was terrified at what I might find down there. This was something I had to do, no matter what. For just a moment, I thought of Kurisu.
タクル、お願いだから、これ以上はやめて。もう、やめて。
尾上、伊藤、お前たちはここで待ってても。
冗談じゃねえよ。
I'm gonna be honest, if I was in Ito's position, I would also I'd be like, fuck that, dude! No! Yeah. That's... Ito looked at the cabinets on the wall and moaned a little.
私も行く。
Yeah.
いざとなったらタクを守らなきゃ。
Like, at this point, it's all or nothing.
逆だろ。さっき怖いって震えてたのは誰だよ。
そんなことしてないもん。
We all looked at each other and nodded a little, then began to descend the staircase. Bonds forged in fire. As we went down, it got darker, and the air got heavier and more humid.
大丈夫か、尾上。
And after we'd gone down for a few minutes, we ran into a door. We'd probably gone down about a floor. I turned the knob, and it opened easily. Maybe it hadn't been locked to begin with. Boy, there sure are a whole lot of unlocked doors around here. That's pretty crazy. It was dimly lit. It was a dimly lit, musty-smelling hallway. It was clear that the place hadn't been abandoned, and there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. What? I hadn't been abandoned, and there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. Okay, my poor brain. It even felt like it had been cleaned. But it felt so old. There was a sense of desolation, as if no one had wanted to use this place for anything for a very long time. Had it been like this since the hospital above was built? And this air, I knew it. The sides of my head started to hurt as the horrible memories came back. Like, I wonder, is this the place where the scary thing happened? Serica seemed to remember too. That's right, this was the place. I didn't know how we'd done it, but when we were kids, the two of us had snuck in here, into the basement of AH Tokyo General Hospital. We were trying to investigate an urban legend about Amy. And then Serica and I... That's not good. We'd seen it. I tried to avoid thinking about it as much as I possibly could. But I'd failed. The memory would come back to me, then fade, then come back again. As I'd grown up, I'd even tried to convince myself that I'd never seen anything at all. But I'd failed at that too. It was unreal, like something out of a nightmare. But something in my heart told me that it was real. And it was real after all. Yes, it was real. I was sure of it. That's deeply upsetting.
おい、どうしたんだよ、二人とも。
Ito realized that there was something wrong with Serica and I and tried to pull us back up the stairs. But we couldn't do that. Excuse? There were suddenly footsteps behind us. Huh? I could hear what sounded like the panting of a beast behind me. What? I could feel its warm, stinking breath on my neck. I couldn't turn around. I wanted to fall to the ground in terror. But if I did that, I knew that somehow the thing behind me would attack. What the hell is going on? Suddenly I heard Serica's thin, frail voice. She should have been right next to me, but for some reason I couldn't see her.
Oh no.
And then her voice cut off. And then there was the sound of something being crushed. Yep, that's deeply upsetting, thank you. And then the sound of what sounded like someone kneading a ball of meat? And mixed it with it was the sound of snapping bones. What the hell is going on right now? Ito turned around and suddenly froze with terror.
Miyashiro. Are?
I'm like... I'm like genuinely terrified. What the hell is going on? No, you idiot. Don't look. If you look, it'll kill you. So don't look. A bloody piece of meat fell to the ground at our feet. It was what used to be Serica? This can't be real, right? This can't be real. This isn't real. This is... Ito screamed. I couldn't help myself. I turned around to look at what he was seeing. Okay. And what I saw was... What the fuck? Is that Kurosato? But like, I mean, not exactly, but like, you know, minus the face and horror hands. What the fuck? It was standing there, moaning in a voice that was filled with hatred and pain. What the fuck? Hey, let me see. What the fuck, though? What the fuck? I mean, normally I'd be like, hey, new chapter, good time to end, but like, It really isn't, is it? It's... What was that? What the hell was that? A giant woman with a head like a sumo sticker? It was almost like a bad joke. I wanted to laugh. This hilarious looking monster was going to be what killed me? What the hell kind of death was that? If you laugh, that thing isn't scary at all. It's pretty fucking scary, though. The giant woman's hands stretched out for me. As it moaned in pain, its arms moved in to crush me. And suddenly, my vision went black. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it had probably crushed my eyes. That hilarious-looking sumo sticker woman had crushed my eyes. I was going to be torn apart like Serica and killed. It was the funniest thing in the world. Could you even imagine anything stupider? Suddenly, I heard a sharp voice next to me. Something moved over my mouth to stop me from laughing. I was grabbed from behind, and thin but powerful arms were wrapped around my neck. Oh, it hurt. I couldn't breathe. It's my favorite character. Although at this point, maybe she has some answers. At this point, I would be, you know what? If you got some answers for me, I'll give you a pass. I nodded as hard as I could. And then the hands around my neck relaxed, and it became much easier to breathe. Like how most people would be like, hey, in order to keep someone quiet, you cover their mouth like this, or don't talk. In her case, it was, you know, strangulation. Same effect, I suppose. My vision came back at the same time. Whoever had grabbed me had covered my eyes as well as my mouth. They hadn't been crushed at all. I doubled over in pain as she punched me in the stomach. I could feel stomach acid coming up into my throat and burning it. But the pain made my head feel much clearer. Hey, thanks. When I looked up, I didn't see a monster with the head of a sumo sticker anymore. Just a dark, musty hallway. Hey, they're alive.
大丈夫かおい尾上人僕は何を
なんか発作を起こしたんだよ。しかも急に叫び出して。
私たちもパニックになりそうだったの。そしたら久野里さんが助けてくれて。
久野里さん
Kunosato? Wasn't that... Alright, the girl who was with Shinjo.
まったく素人どもが
The
こん
Mega
なところで
Bitch.
何をしている。
Yeah, I remembered that cold voice. I looked back at the speaker.
やっぱりこの人か。
お前たち誰かに連れてこられたというわけではなさそうだな。ということはまさか 忍び込んできたのか。どうやって。
どうって。
私たちですらここのキーを入手するのにかなりの苦労を強いられたんだ。なのになぜ。
Sure, we had a bit of a bad time in the autopsy room, but it hadn't really been hard to get here. None of the doors had been locked. When I told her that, Kunosato glared at us with suspicious eyes.
久野里さん。
まあいい。とにかく邪魔だ。今すぐ帰れ。
おいおい、
No.
そりゃないだろ。助けてくれたのは感謝するけどさ、いきなり邪魔者扱いとか。
With this! The next instant, Kunosato had closed the gap between Ito and herself and started strangling him. Someone needs to tell her to stop doing that. I don't appreciate that that's her first go-to. Ito nodded, tears coming out of his eyes. I could understand why. I didn't know how she could store so much power in her tiny body, but I just felt it for myself. Ito rubbed his throat in pain as she let him go.
もう一度言う。邪魔だ。帰れ。
No. No. Her voice was intimidating enough that I almost obeyed, but we'd come here for a reason. And... this place had something to do with our past. If I could, I wanted to find out what happened then. Maybe we could be rid of the nightmare that had been making us suffer for so long. So even though she scared me, I needed to tell her straight.
僕たちは。
私たちはやらなきゃいけないことがあってきたんです。そんな風に頭ごなしに帰れって言われても帰れません。
Serica, baby.
尾上。
I'm telling you, she's the MVP. That was what I was trying to say.
尾上。お前。尾上セリカか。
そうですけど。何か。
いや、とにかく帰るんだ。
No.
危険なのは分かってます。でも僕たちだってどうしても。
誰がお前たちの心配をしている。
え？
私は私の目的があってここにいる。お前たちに勝手な行動をされて、その目的の遂行を邪魔されては困ると、そう言ってるんだ。
How cold?
その目的って何なんです？
Anyone surprised at this point?
お前たちには関係ない。
She turned around and started to walk away.
いいですよ。だったら僕たちも勝手にしますから。
しますから。
何？
She turned around and stared at us. Her glare was like a fierce panther's. I swallowed my words, but Serica didn't. Yeah, oh yeah, Serica!
理由も話せないような人の言うことになんて従えません。
And tell her.
貴様。
さあ、タク、しんちゃんも行こう。急いでタクのスマホ見つけなきゃ。
ああ。
やっぱ女っていざって時強えな。
Or Ito. Ito whispered in my ear.
だったらおとなしくついてこい。私の言うことに逆らうなよ。
いいんすか？
Ito had become very polite toward her after she strangled him. It's weird how that works, huh?
時間がないんだ。しかも、 ここまで慎重に調査を進めてきたのに、お前たちが見つかったり騒ぎを起こされでもしたら全てが水の泡になる。
Her arrogant manner was almost enough to make me talk back to her, but then I realized something. That that's a terrible idea, and I shouldn't say shit. If she'd done a lot of careful investigation, that meant she had information that we didn't. So wouldn't it be better to pretend to obey for now?
それで最後にはこっちが利用してやる。
Also, my poor neck.
話は終わりだ。
Don't strangle me,
壁
lady.
沿いに静かについてこい。大きな音や声は出すな。
She looked down the hallway and then moved over toward the wall. And then she started to move, quickly and quietly. I made eye contact with Ito and Serika, then followed her. The further down the hallway we went, the darker it got. The lights were sporadically placed, and half of them were burnt out. You had to look carefully to see more than a few meters ahead. The only things I had to guide me were the black-haired girl in front of me and the wall that I was touching with my hand. The wall hadn't been repaired for a long time. In some places the paint had fallen off, and in parts the steel beams underneath were exposed. This place must have been built a long, long time ago. We walked through the underground labyrinth as quietly as we could. None of my five senses were of any use to me now, and I had no idea where I was going or how I'd gotten there. But Kunosato seemed to know exactly where she was going. Looking back, maybe we were lucky to meet her. I had no idea how long we'd been walking, but we finally came to a part of the hallway with a row of doors on the opposite wall. The doors were made of steel and looked very strong. On the upper part of each was what looked like a number plate. There were tiny windows on the doors, but they had thick bars on them. They looked like the solitary confinement cells I'd seen on a TV show once.
この中に人が？いや、まさかな。
The space beyond the bars was pitch black, and I couldn't tell if there was anything inside.
なんか気味悪いな。
だから黙って歩け。
すいません。
Can you not? Ito quickly apologized, but Kunosato turned around, walked up to him, and wrapped her hands around his throat again. Can you...
遊びじゃないんだ。お前、死ぬぞ。
Ito nodded again and again until she finally glared at him one last time and let him go. Put his hand to his throat and moaned a little. It was obvious that Kunosato wasn't messing around. Maybe this place was more dangerous than I thought. Maybe Kunosato is more dangerous than you thought. She's the one who keeps trying to murder you. Suddenly, I heard the sound of someone pounding the door from the inside. Kazuki, is that you? Someone was inside?
なんなんだよ、おい。
静かにしろ。騒ぐな。
But... We almost screamed, but when we saw Kunosato's glare, we quickly put our hands over our mouths. What the hell was that voice? Serika tugged frantically at my arm. Then Ito grabbed onto me too. I wanted to cling someone too, but there was no one for me to grab.
あれ、あっちの扉の中から目が。
何？
I looked over to where Ito was pointing and tried to see for myself, but I couldn't see anything.
気のせいだろ。
いや、確かに見た。間違いなく目だった。
But whose eyes were they? Now there was singing. I could hear a girl singing in a tiny, barely audible voice. Creak, creak. A woman was pushing an old baby carriage down the hallway toward us. She was the one singing. Sarika and Ito cringed in terror. My heart was beating so fast and so loud that I could hear the sound of echoing in my ears.
止まれ。壁に張り付いてじっとしているわ。向こうにはこっちが見えていない。
Do not argue.
いいから喋るな。
Kunosato pushed her back up against the wall and stopped breathing. We did the same, our bodies shaking with fear as we moved.
もっとお歌歌ってほしいのね。
Creak, creak. The sound of the creaking old carriage got closer and closer as the woman passed near us. Kunosato was right. Her eyes were hazy and out of focus, and she didn't seem to notice us. But she was only a meter away. Oh, I don't like that she's getting closer. Slowly, slowly, she sang as she pushed the carriage right past us. Ito was so terrified his body started to spasm. He gave a small cry. The woman stopped right in front of us and slowly turned around. Her empty eyes stared at us, and then slowly, jerkily, like a broken machine, she tilted her head. We clung to the wall and held our breath, unable to move a muscle. We were too scared to even close our eyes. I couldn't take any more. I wanted out. I wanted to get away from here. If I stayed here another minute, I was gonna go crazy. I feel like I'm already going crazy. It's too late. I'm gone. The woman stared at us for what felt like hours. But then she looked forward once more, as if nothing had happened, and started to walk again. We almost collapsed to the ground in relief. That was horrifying. What the fuck? I couldn't take my eyes off of her as she disappeared into the darkness.
自分たちがどういう場所にいるのか、少しは分かったか。
No! What the fuck is going on? Even as we'd almost been crushed by the terror, Kunosato had been completely calm. Do you understand what's going on now? No, I
も
don't!
う遅いからな。そこが目的の部屋だ。
Kunosato moved away from the wall and stared straight in front of us.
目的の部屋
I followed her gaze to a pair of double doors in the darkness. They were different than the others. They looked like the doors to a normal lab.
来い。遅れるな。
Kunosato headed toward the doors, seeming completely unafraid. Serika's legs were shaking too much for her to move, so Ito and I helped her as we followed. When we got to the door, Kunosato took out what looked like a card key from her skirt pocket. This door had a modern electronic lock, unlike the others we'd seen so far. She put the card key up to the reader, and the door swung open silently. She disappeared into the room, and we quickly followed. We all gasped as we entered the room. An entire wall of the room was lined with monitors. They were probably set up to observe something, but every one of them was off, so there was no way to tell what. But it was hard to believe that someone would set up something like this in a normal hospital.
Oi.
Hey.
Kunosato turned toward Ito and gave him an order in a flat, emotionless voice.
見張りくらいはやってもらおう。ドアの外の音に注意してろ。誰か来たら知らせるんだ。
了解。
Kunosato nodded, looked around the room, then headed straight for a computer. She took a look at the wiring behind it, and then flipped the power switch. The machine started to make a low noise.
動くんですか？
見ればわかるだろ
う。でも勝手に立ち上げたりして大丈夫なんすかね？
どうして？
だってネットでつながってたりしたら動かしてることバレるんじゃ。
心配ない。こいつがスタンドアローンだということは確認してある。
Oh, that explained it. If that was true, at least we wouldn't have to worry about someone seeing it from the outside.
お前たちが思いつくようなことを私が考えないとでも思ったのか？
Yeah, you're so smart.
バカにするなよ。
Great. She was as obnoxious as ever. Ain't that the fucking truth? Neither of us know the first thing about you, though, so can you really blame us? Was something that neither Ito nor I could say. The OS on the computer booted up. I looked at the screen and saw Kunosato was entering some kind of password. Password was accepted and the screen filled with several folders. She opened them up and began to carefully checking the contents of each one. Unfortunately, many of the files were written in English and we had no idea what they said. Kunosato, however, was reading through each one and nodding.
これはフォルダ自体にパスがかかってるな。ということはこの先か。
She seemed to be trying to unlock the password at an incredible speed.
あ
あ、なんだよ。
彼女、学校で見たことあるか？
いや、どうしてだ？
学校にいたんだよ。うちの制服着て。だから、うちの生徒のはずなんだけど。そうか。お前も見たことないのか？
マジかよ、それ。
Ito seemed more shocked than I expected.
嘘だろ。こんな美人。
This is...
俺がチェックしてなかっただと。
This music is so inappropriate, it's not even funny. Not only was she attractive, and she seemed incredibly smart, and she had an arrogant attitude that made her nothing like the other students. If she'd been coming to school, she would have stood out, in both a good and bad way. I mean, I guess everyone has their preferences when it comes to people, but I truly detest this woman. But Ito didn't know her?
何を調べてるんですか？
Serika asked the question that both Ito and I had been too afraid to ask. I was sure she'd been told to shut up, but...
この施設で何が行われていたかだよ。
She answered Serika's question much more easily than I expected. Then maybe I could ask something too.
この施設って病院とは何か関係が？
She's gonna tell him to shut up.
黙ってろと言っただろうが。
That's... That's great. Damn it. Why was I getting treated so differently? Was it because Serica was a girl? Was she one of, you know, those types? Don't tell me she normally dressed and acted like a boy. That would explain why Ito didn't know her. Kunosato ignored me and typed in a series of commands, then opened what looked like a top secret file. And then... she smiled for the first time that I'd ever seen and clicked on a file. And then something appeared on the screen. Was it some kind of drawing? Okay, it's a Rorschach. Okay, what do I see? I see... I'm gonna be honest, I see two bears standing up, locked in like karate combat. That's what I see. I don't know what the red is, but the black ink looks like two bears like squaring off to do some like martial arts combat. Anyways, is it some kind of drawing? It was a strange picture drawn on ink and paint.
何これ落書き
いや違う。あれは
I'd seen it somewhere before. That was...
そうか。ロールシャッハテストだ。
I remembered reading about them in an issue of Cool Cat Press.
ほう。抜けた顔しているが、最低限の知識はあるようだな。
That is the closest thing to a compliment we'll ever get from this chain. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult. It was definitely an insult, but it was the closest to a compliment you'll ever get.
ロールシャッハテスト
あれだ。確か性格診断かなんかの。
そう。インクのシミでできた全く意味のない図形が何に見えるかで、その人の性格や思考が分析できるんだ。
正確に言えば、インクのシミを落とした紙を真ん中で折り曲げ、それで生じた左右対称の図形を使う。
Just like Kunosato said, all the pictures on the screen were almost perfectly symmetrical.
ただし、ロールシャッハテスト自体、果たして精神分析法として有効かどうか、疑問視もされているんだがな。
It does seem like it would be pretty arbitrary. Kunosato was studying the screen intently.
ってことは、ここはその
One moment.
上にある精神科と同じような施設だったということですか。
Alright, I'm back. If that was the case, I could imagine what these monitors were there for. They were to look at each of the patient's rooms. That would mean that this was a medical facility that treated illnesses. At least that's what I wanted it to mean. Because that thing that Serica and I had seen as a child, that strange atmosphere that we'd sensed, that voice which I could still hear in my ears. God. Come on. Computer, work with me, please. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Just a little longer. We abandoned her and ran away from this place. So if that wasn't some kind of torture chamber, and this place was actually curing her, Serica and I would be free of the guilt that had been with us for so long. But my hopes...
違う。ここはそんな生優しい場所じゃない。
were quickly dashed by Kunosato's answer. She opened another folder. It was filled with reports, written in Japanese this time.
センスへの断続的刺激による臨床実験。ロブスに与える電気信号とフェノメノン。思った通り、ここでは脳科学方面からのアプローチによる臨床実験が行われていたようだな。
脳科学？臨床実験って？
うるさい。余計な口を挟むな。
でも僕のよく知ってる子がここにいたかもしれないんです。
何？
I lied. I didn't know who she was. But if I didn't lie, it didn't feel like she was going to tell me anything. Just as I expected, when she turned around, I saw the first faint glimmerings of interest in me on Kunosato's face. I gave her a brief description of what I witnessed here so long ago. Kunosato bit her lip. Her expression was different than before. Then she forced herself to look back at the computer.
はあ、それは間違いなく人体実験だ。
人体実験？
No, then that meant... Oh my god, with this. I mean, like, what could they have done, though? Is, like, I know that's not how guilt works, but, like... Then that meant she was... That horrible vision started to eat away at me again.
簡単に言えば人間の脳をいじる実験だよ。
脳をいじるって、そんな。
だから言っただろ。ここはそんな生優しい場所じゃないと。
Kunosato was trying to keep her face as expressionless as possible. And then the second she opened up another file, she gasped a little. I could see the words on the screen as well.
ちょっと待て。
Tell me what are the words? Tell me the words. Tell me what they are. She was completely focused on reading the report, so she didn't notice that I was looking over her shoulder as well.
超感覚的知覚に関する臨床実験。特殊な事象異変を発現させるための具体的傾向。
What were event fluctuations? Kunosato clicked the mouse to move to the next page. I read along with her.
視覚刺激による発症。的中率 9.25%。中脳辺縁系ニューロンのドーパミン分泌の誘発による発現。視床下部損傷と切除。発症見られず。思考のトレース。リモートビューイング。妄想の増幅による事象への影響。
Over half of the report was filled with specialized language that I didn't really understand. But by desperately connecting the words I did know, I managed to make some sense out of the report. And...
まさか、そんなことが。
I was stunned. Was that really possible? The girl who'd cried to us for help was being experimented on here. And the point of those experiments was...
人間の脳をいじって、超常的な特殊能力を発症させる実験?
That explained why Shinjo and Kunosato were talking about psychics. And that was the commonality that I suspected was lurking behind the murders.
Oi.
Kunosato caught me looking and threatened me in a low voice. But I didn't have time to worry about that.
これ本当なんですか？こんな SF みたいなことが本当に。
She looked unhappy, but gave in.
実験自体は随分と前から行われていたようだ。というよりも、この病院自体がその実験のカモフラージュのために建てられたと考えてもいい。
この病院が？
ああ。
それで 今は
はあ
今は行われてるんですか、その実験。
That was true. Was she still here?
いや、ある出来事をきっかけに中止されたらしい。
Something?
中止されたのはちょうど6年前。2009年11月6日。
それって。
渋谷地震の日。
地震のせいで研究どころじゃなくなったのか。
いいや違うな。この病院は震源域の外だ。被害は全く受けていない。
じゃあどうして？
だからそれを探って。
Misato stopped short and clicked her tongue. Like, at this point, I'm just learning. I'm just like, I'm truly intrigued. She must have decided she'd told us too much.
いいからおとなしくしていろ。
She pushed me away from the screen, lightly. It looked like she didn't want me to read anymore.
これは。
Kunosato's hand froze on the mouse. She was staring intently at the screen. Then she started to talk herself.
11番目のロールシャッハが脳に与える影響。11番目。
She just knocked me away so I couldn't see the screen, but I couldn't help but lean forward. Her voice was just that strange.
どうしたんですか？
ロールシャッハテストには10種類の絵しか存在しない。11番目なんて聞いたことも。だから黙ってろお前。
Kunosato turned around and glared at me. When she did, I caught a glimpse of the monitor. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The screen was filled with thumbnails of the different Rorschach tests. And as Kunosato was just about to click on this mysterious 11th Rorschach. Hold on. It didn't stop on all of them, but all right. So that one was the bears. What's this one look like to me? It's a lot of colors. I mean, I'm honest. Get me honest. It just looks like a bunch of bugs, like the black ones at the top look like stag beetles. The green ones to the left and right look like grasshoppers. The one that down at the bottom looks like kind of like a cicada. The red, I guess the red looks like the branches. It's just like, yeah, it's just like bugs in a forest, you know? That's my Rorschach. Anyways. Kunosato clicked to open the file. When she did... Alright, what does this one look like? Oh, it's the sticker! It's the face! It's the creepy face! Okay, but ignoring that, what does it actually look like to me? I can't see anything else now, damn it. Oh well. What appeared on the screen was... Yeah. Oh, another intrusive delusion. What was going on? I felt sick. I couldn't stand. This track is really intense. I collapsed to the floor. I felt like something was crawling up from the bottom of my intestines. Something was bugs. Oh my god, really? Why did I have to bring up bugs earlier? This is my fault. I did this. Tiny oh god, this is gonna be upsetting to read, isn't it? Tiny slimy bugs with lots of little feet were crawling up from my stomach into my throat, scattering disgusting fluids behind them as they moved. That actually made me gag a little bit, imagining that. The disgusting crawling sensation passed through my throat and out of into my mouth. What the hell were these things? Stop it, help me! I feel sick, help me! Get out of my body! Oh, yeah, that's really gross.
タク、しっかりしてよ。タクってば。
Did I fall asleep? No, that wasn't it. I'd looked at the screen and gotten sick. And then passed out? Where was I? My head felt awfully cold.
なんだか気持ちがいいね。
I could hear Serica's voice, but I couldn't see her. Where was I?
ほら見て見て。しんちゃんったらあんな格好になってる。
Ito was here?
私とタクもお揃いだね。
What the hell is going on? Matching? What was she talking about? When I looked to the side and saw it, my head cleared instantly. Serica was next to me, lying in the same kind of seat I'd seen the girl in the vision sitting in. What was strange was her head. There was something on top of it, slimy and pink. Oh my god, stop! No! No! Stop it! No, that wasn't it. That was... No! That was her brain. The top of Serica's skull was completely gone, with several electrodes sticking out of what remained. I suddenly heard a high-pitched voice from the other side. It took me some time before I realized that the voice belonged to Ito. That's how insane it sounded. Oh my Christ! I couldn't tell if Ito was screaming in pain or pleasure. His brain was exposed, and part of it seemed to be missing.
気持ちいいね。タク。
I tried to move, but I was held down tight and couldn't budge.
動くな。
I heard a cold voice from above my head. The voice was...
今すぐお前もあいつのようにしてやる。だからじっとしているがいい。
Something cold touched my head. At least, that's how it felt. It felt good. Like my brain was going to me. What? This is this. And soon I wasn't sure where I ended, and the rest of the world began. Oh my god, that was... I like actually... I got tingly. Tingly. Ah! That was yikes. Where was I? I was back in the basement?
タク、大丈夫？
Like I feel like when it goes to that place, you know, that place it goes with the gross and the dark and the what the fuck, I forget to breathe. And once it's over, I'm like, Right. Oxygen. That's a thing. Jesus Christ.
起きられるか？ほら。
Oh boy. Ito slowly helped me to my feet.
軽い。僕、どうしたんだ？
画面にね、例の怖いシールがいきなりアップになったからびっくりしたんだよ。それで転んでタクは頭を打っちゃって。
そうか。
I rubbed the back of my head, and sure enough, there was a big bump. Kunosada was staring at me from in front of the screen. I thought she was going to complain again, but instead she pulled me up to look at the screen.
確かめてもらいたいことができた。来い。
あのシールなら許してください。なんか気分が優れなくて。
いや、あれじゃない。いいから来い。
見るなって言ったり見ろって言ったり。
なんだ。
わかりましたよ。
He's saying you're being a finicky asshole. This way. Since it was clear that she wasn't going to take no for an answer, I stood next to her.
お前に確認してほしいのはこのファイルだ。
Kunosado tapped the report on the screen with her nails.
11番目のロールシャッハ。さっきの画像に何らかの効果があるとみなされて、初めて実験に使用されたのが2007年とある。
2007 was 2 years before the Shibuya quake. That was right about the time people started to see how the sumo stickers, if I remembered right. And that was the same year we'd snuck in here to find out the truth about the urban legend of Amy. I took the mouse and read the next part.
自称変異を起こす素養を持つ存在のみが人の顔を模したように見える11番目の画像に対し、通常の人間とは異なる反応を示す。そのことが判明した。この症状が最初に観測されたのは、被験体番号第79号、南沢千里からであり。
Then I stopped scrolling down the screen. There was a picture of a girl there.
どうだ、その子に見覚えがあるか。
Oh, it was Senri? Remember her? Me? Are they talking to me? That was the girl. That was the girl we'd seen that day. Okay. That was the girl who'd seen us and begged for help. Kunosado looked at me.
さっき話していたこの施設にいたかもしれない友達というのはこの子なんだな。
はい。
I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to keep up the lie that she was my friend. Okay, so if that was Senri, I think that's also like the creepy girl who keeps showing up, right? She's always covering her face with her hair or whatever. She also has pink hair, so you know, all I have to go on. But you know, if they messed with her brain, it would make sense that why she's all like messed up, and it would also make sense why she went to the memorial and she got mad at the name. Like they said she was like scratching a name or whatever. It was probably her name. All right, that's where I'm at right now. That's my understanding currently. I may be wrong on some of those. The truth was, I had only just now learned that her name was Senri Minamisawa.
そうか。
But Kunosado looked very sad. I didn't know she was even capable of looking that way. She stared at the picture of Senri Minamisawa on the screen.
私はお前のことは嫌いだが、ここで苦しんでいた友達をずっと忘れないでいることには敬意を払ってもいい。
All right. Her eyes grew just a little softer. But I felt a cold sweat as I looked at them. It wasn't out of friendship that I'd never been able to forget the girl named Senri Minamisawa. It was because she was in my nightmare. I couldn't say that. All I could do was try and make it hard to tell what I was really thinking.
本当は救いたかったのに、それができなかった。でも、それは仕方のないことだ。気に病むことはない。
そうじゃない。違うんだ。
I had been too afraid to save her, and I had abandoned her. Like, what were you gonna do, my dude?
今、彼女はどうしているんだろう。
Kunosato didn't realize what I was thinking, though. She called up more data on the girl named on the girl called Senri Minamisawa. That is a tongue twister.
彼女は11番目の画像で特殊な兆候を見せた被験者としてかなり強引な実験を受けていたようだ。でも死ぬことなく生き延びた。
Forceful experiments? The kind that could kill you? When I heard that, I almost threw up. I did my best to keep Kunosato from finding out.
だが、渋谷地震の時に運悪く震源域に居合わせて、それ以降は行方不明ということになっているな。
行方不明？
いや、正確には、この実験施設が地震の直後に機能を終えてしまったため、彼女に関するデータが存在しないというのが正しい。ただ、地震の犠牲になった可能性は高いな。
そうですか。
It was horrible, but I felt a little less like throwing up. At least she hadn't died because of the experiments, or because we'd abandoned her. Hearing that made me feel like I'd been forgiven a little. A violent sense of self-hatred overcame me again.
ごめん。南沢、千里さん。
She'd been practically tortured here as a part of those experiments, and then been caught in the earthquake. But And then I felt something tugging at the edge of my memories.
南沢さん?
Hadn't I heard that name somewhere before? Did Kurusu ever mention it to him? But then, where? And from who?
あれ？でも...
Before I could think about it any further, Ito spoke up hesitantly.
なんだ？
この実験施設、機能を終えたっておかしいですよ。その割にあちこちに人がいましたよね。それに小さな女の子も。
I thought that earlier. I forgot to say it. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, there's people here. What the fuck?
そうだよね。
俺たち、その女の子を追ってここへ来たんです。ここが廃棄された施設って言うなら、あの子、一体何を？
ああ、そのことか。
Kunosato closed the file on Senri Minamisawa, and her face took on its usual cool, emotionless expression.
ここは今、実験中にトラブルのあった被験者たちの保護施設として使われている。
実験中にトラブルのあった被験者？
実験に失敗して脳に損傷を負ったり、正気を失った感情。程度によって軟禁、もしくは監禁しておくための地下収容所ということだ。
Wow, that's absolutely horrifying. A cold chill ran through my body.
まさか、そんなことって。
ありえね
え。ひど
い。目的のためならどんなことでもやる連中がいる。お前たちが相手にしているのはそういう連中なんだ。だから最初に警告してやったろ。
Kunosato opened another file.
これで見る限り、現在でも20名近くの人間がここにいるようだな。
She scrolled down the page and a new picture appeared.
待ってください。その子。
That was the girl we'd been following.
間違いないよ、タク。名前は山添うきちゃん。
この子ももともと実験に使われた被験者だったようだな。
This shattering revelation was presented to us as a mere matter of fact, as if it was the most ordinary thing imaginable. So, date of birth, 2001, so she'd be around 14, right? Almost 14. Sarika covered her hand with her mouth and her eyes went wide. Also, her birthday is one day after mine. Neat. Then she had suffered the same fate as Senri Minamisawa? Oh, God.
幸い、彼女は最後まで正気を失うことなく実験に耐え、生き残った。今はこのフロアで、収容者たちの世話をする仕事を与えられているらしい。
収容者たちの世話。
I thought she was a criminal who'd stolen my smartphone and threatened me. And what's more, I thought she was either connected with the killer or maybe that she was the killer herself. But now I wasn't sure.
いや、ダメだ。見かけや生い立ちに騙されちゃダメだ。あの状況だと僕のスマホを拾えたのは彼女だけなんだ。それにここでの実験の被験者ということは何らかのその能力者の可能性だってある。解約したはずのスマホから電話してくるなんてゲートはそういう能力でもない限り不可能じゃないか。
As my mind raced, Kunosada was checking out every bit of data on the machine. But
実験の結果、理想度の発言は全被験者の 0.01% に満たず失敗と断定。別の技術を模索すべきと結論。
I mean, the fact that it's not 0% means that someone did it, right?
やっぱりか。バカな科学者どもが。
Kunosado sounded uncharacteristically ticked off as she closed all the folders and turned off the PC.
理想度。
That strange word snapped me out of my reverie. It seemed like that was what she was looking for. I looked at her, hoping for some kind of answer, but she just glared back at me with terrifying eyes.
そろそろ時間的に限界だ。出るぞ。これ以上ここにいれば発見される。
でも僕たちの目的がまだ。
お前たちは計画がずさんすぎる。この施設内の構造すら知らないのだろ。
She was right. I'd snuck in here as a child, but that was all. I didn't remember the details.
そんなことでは探したところで無駄だ。
She was right, damn it. But there must be some way. I looked around the room and saw the rows of monitors. If they were on, they could at least tell us what was going on around the facility. Maybe they could tell us where Uki Yamazoe was?
どうした宮代。
このモニターの電源がないか探してるんだよ。こいつが使えれば、あるいは。
無駄だ。そもそも、その監視システム自体動いているのかも。
You were saying? Suddenly, the room was bathed in pale light. All of the monitors on the wall turned on. All we could do was gasp. What we thought were security cameras were showing... Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hundreds of sumo stickers. I almost screamed. I was so surprised. Inside the monitors on the wall was face after sumo sticker face, all looking at me. I didn't even see him. I just see blobs, I'm gonna be honest. What was this? What was going on? Oh no, not again! Stop! I don't want to see it! No! I don't do this again.
おいおい、勝手に寝るんじゃない。
No more of this. Kunosato. Huh? I was back in the chair. Was this a dream? Which was the dream? Was I dreaming of being in this chair, or had I been dreaming of being in the monitoring room? My head felt really cold. Oh, that's right. They'd opened up my skull.
お前はなかなかいい脳みそをしているな。
Did I?
ピンク色でシワが多くて、とても美味しそうだ。
Oh, I'm flattered. Wait, what was that last adjective you used?
それは喜んでいいんですか？
もちろんだ。さて、それじゃあそろそろいただくとするか。
Oh, no, yeah, she meant it. Okay. Kunosato grinned with glee and took something metallic out of her pocket. A spoon? Oh my god! Oh my god, stop! Oh my god, stop. Huh, who knew?
では、失礼して。
Oh my god, enough with this Hannibal Lecter bullshit. Stop. I don't need the noise. Oh my god, it's like actually doing something to me. I feel like I keep getting like punched in the gut, like ah. She was eating it. Kunosato was eating my brain. Like it's specifically the noises. Like the visuals are one thing. Like certain visuals are more upsetting than others. The like concept, just the words. I can handle the words. It's the noises, dude.
ダメだ、止まらない。
I'm so happy for you. Oh, stop, dude! Oh, boy.
食べられるってこんなに気持ちがいいんだ。もっともっと食べて。僕は食べて。
That one. That is such an upsetting noise. That is so not okay. Oh, I actually need a moment. Oh. That noise is so wrong. Is so bad. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay. Alright, back to reality. Again, I had another weird delusion. I quickly shook my head and slapped my hands to my cheeks to snap me out of it. That's a good idea. Alright, we're good.
食悪い。
Serika and Ito looked unhappy. It was because of the sumo stickers displayed on the monitors. I looked at the monitors once more, trying my best to avoid the sumo stickers.
あれはこの病院の中じゃない。
Some of the monitors were showing the inside of the hospital, but some were looking somewhere else. Street corners on Shibuya, signs, under bridges, alleyways, overpasses, train station staircases, store walls. And then I realized all of the monitors with sumo stickers. Some of them I knew. That was the spot where Kurusu had been attacked. Of course, there were sumo stickers there.
なるほどな。探していたということか。
探していた？
さっきのファイルに書いてあっただろ。特殊な事象変異を引き起こす人間は11番目のこの画像に反応を示すと。
I see. It took... I feel like it took me longer than it should have, but I get it now. Kunosato pointed to a corner on one of the monitors. I quickly looked away before I got a direct look at the sumo sticker. In other words, whoever was using this place put up the 11th Rorschach image all over Shibuya and used these cameras to find people who reacted to it. And then they took them here and did those horrible experiments. I think they're horrific too. I think horrific is appropriate. I remembered what I'd seen happen to Senri Minamisawa and felt like I was going to throw up again. And then Kunosato made a sharp noise. She put her hand on one of the monitors to brush away the dust and then stared at it. It showed something moving around a dark room. There was no sumo sticker there. It wasn't an image of Shibuya or of the hospital above, so it was probably showing one of the rooms down here. It was definitely the girl. On the screen, she was saying something to an old person lying on a bed and gently wrapping belts around their arms and legs. What? That girl was my only clue as to where my smartphone was, which meant that we had to find the room on the monitor. Kunosato suddenly told me she knew where it was. She'd been so uncooperative so far, I had no idea why she suddenly decided to help. But when she saw the girl, she suddenly said that she'd go with us. Of course, I knew her well enough by now. She wasn't helping us, she'd simply taken an interest in that girl. At least, that's how I saw it. As we moved down the dim hallway, the temperature dropped and the humidity went up. She stopped in front of a door with strange words on the plate. Confinement Room 3. Kunosato opened the door a little, taking care to make as little noise as possible. I peeked inside. And there I saw a world I'd only ever seen in movies. There were rows of beds in the room. There were what appeared to be prisoners lying on them. They had different ages and sexes. Some were old and some seemed young. One of them I recognized. It was the old lady the girl had been walking with before. Some were screaming, some were counting numbers endlessly. One was a girl who was endlessly chewing her food. It seemed unreal. I remembered the woman with the baby carriage I'd passed before and felt cold sweat forming on my palms.
強度の OCSD 視床下部損傷による過食およびチューイング大脳半球損傷による反則空間無視障害全員脳をいじられてる
Okay, some of these I'm actually curious. I don't know what hemispatial neglect is. The inability of a person to recognize stimuli that occur on either their left or right side, caused by some form of damage to the brain. For example, if a patient with this disability was asked to draw a picture of an analog clock, they would only be able to draw half of the numbers. This is because while their eye sees the entire clock, the brain is only able to recognize half of it. Interesting. Type of eating disorder seen in mental patients refers to the act of endlessly chewing one's food rather than chewing and swallowing it. Obsessive compulsive spectrum disorders. Spectrum of disorders with the obsessive compulsive qualities, such as the compulsion to repeatedly wash one's hands to wipe away an invisible stain. Disorders such as autism and Asperger's syndrome are also considered part of the spectrum. Interesting. Wonder if that's still true. Neglect. Okay.
じゃあここの人たちはみんな
そう簡単に処分することもできず、ここで飼い殺してる。
For a moment, the tone of her voice changed. It felt like there was a pale flame burning somewhere deep within her voice. It was a pale flame of rage, which seemed cold at first glance, but was in fact incredibly hot. Serica tugged at my sleeves and whispered. She pointed at a bed in the back with her other hand. I could see something moving past what looked to be a curtain. Someone appeared from within the curtain.
いたあの子だ
The girl in the file, Uki Yamazoe, didn't seem to notice us. She moved around from one patient to another, doing her best to take care of them. This is like heartbreaking, dude.
よかった。彼女はまだちゃんと正気を保ってるようだ。
You could hear Kunisato's whisper.
彼女からどうやってスマホを返してもらえばいいでしょう。説得とかしても聞いてくれるかどうか。むしろ警報でも鳴らされたら。
私はあの子をここから連れ出す。スマホの話なんて言うのはその後でいくらでも聞け。
え？
Took me a moment to figure out what she was saying. But by the time that I did, she'd flung open the door to the room and leapt inside. Uki Yamazoe's eyes went wide at this sudden intruder. Kunosato grabbed her hand. All the patients started to scream, afraid of this sudden commotion. Yamazoe looked around the room and tried her best to calm the people there, even as Kunosato held onto her arm.
いいから来い。警備に気づかれる。早くしろ。だから、あなたは誰ですか？一体何ですか？お前をここから解放してやる。そんな、嫌です。やめてください。
A girl named Uki Yamazoe went pale and tried to free herself from Kunosato's grip. She was completely in a panic. Kunosato must have decided that there was nothing to be gained by talking, because she quickly moved around behind her and put an arm on the girl's carotid artery. Then she applied a very light pressure. Uki Yamazoe moaned for just an instant, and then she slumped backward into Kunosato's arms. She seemed to have passed out.
おい。
はい。
タイムリミットだ。はぐれたら置いていく。あとは知らん。
I believe her.
ここの連中みたいになりたくなければついてこい。
She put the unconscious girl on her back and then ran outside the room without bothering to wait for us. I was stunned at her speed, but there was no time for hesitating.
尾上いた。
I motioned to Serika and Ito and ran out into the hallway. We followed after Kunosato as fast as we could. Just like she said, if we got lost here, we'd be caught for sure, and who knew what would happen to us then. I didn't know who was doing these experiments or why, but their victims were suffering horrible fates. As I ran, it felt as if their screams of rage were following me. Dude, this is fucked up.
Mo, ダメだ。走れねえ。
We followed Kunosato as fast as we could, and then made it outside the hospital via a different route than before. Kunosato was sweating like a racehorse, and her breathing was heavy, but she never let her guard down for a second. Instead, she seemed to be looking around intently. We were at the back of the hospital. This seemed to be the exit, where they moved corpses from the morgue to the hearse. For that reason, there was a fence surrounding us that kept us hidden. Kunosato had evidently taken this fence into account in her escape plans from the start. I was too out of breath to speak, so Serika spoke for me.
地下施設はもう大騒ぎになってるはずだ。ここも間もなく見つかる。死にたくなければ足を動かせ。行くぞ。
We're almost at the rear gate to the hospital. She started to run toward it. We followed her with the last of our strength. There was a guard stationed there, but inside there were only 2 men, asleep, heads pointed at the ceiling. Wow. Quality employees here. Oh, never mind. Never mind, they're not incompetent. She just drugged them. I frantically made my way through the guard station, finally got past the hospital's outer walls. I don't know why my first assumption was that they just suck at their job, but no, that makes a lot more sense. We ran a little longer and found a van parked in a secluded spot. Okay, what is your deal, lady? I'm still trying to figure out what is going on with you ever since my really late revelation regarding your voice. A broad-shouldered woman looked up at us from the driver's seat. It was hard to tell how old she was. Her attitude and bearing made her look like an older person, but the mischievous grin on her face made her seem younger.
で、必要なことはつかめた？
ええ。あれだけの犠牲者を出しながら、例の実験では結局、理論を完成させることができなかったようです。
そう。
ディソードの発言にも確実性はなく、ギガロマニアックス実験は失敗だったと。
まあ、予想した通りよね。
ギガロなんだって。
And what was a D-sword? Didn't she say something about that in the monitoring room?
ただ、重要な情報源を見つけました。
Kunosato opened the rear door and laid Ukiyama Zoe on the back seat.
その子が？
多分、実験の生き残りかと。保護。
それは。まあいいわ。 しばらくうちで預かっとく。
頼みます。
Kunosato hadn't even dropped her attitude for Detective Shinjo, but now she was being polite. Just who was this woman?
で、
My
そっちの子たちは
my question as well.
じゃないわよね。
What is your deal? I think her name's Momose, if I remember correctly. I definitely didn't
こっ
forget
ち
your
は
name.
使えるかどうか後ほど判断します。私の家まで送っていただければ。
She seemed to be referring to us, but what did she mean by good? She was as arrogant as ever, and like usual, she was pissing me off. What did she say? Got it.
了解。とにかくみんな乗りなさい。早く。
Her voice got a little sharper as she pointed to the middle seat in the back of the van. We could hear what sounded like a lot of yelling from the direction of the hospital. We quickly jumped inside and closed the door. Kunosato got in the front passenger seat. The van started quietly and headed off into the night. Okay, I have to call it now. This is a scene transition occurred. I'm leaving. I have to go. 2 chapters. I think this is the first time this has ever happened where it's like I saved here last time. I like went through a full chapter. That's crazy. All right. I'm like 10 times more invested in this now. Also, those sounds are awful and I hate them. But yeah, it's picking up. I gotta know what's going on. But for now, I'm gonna leave. Bye.